Can we start? So I'm not going to do a recap of yesterday because Joy did a beautiful recap of yesterday. But I just want to, as an introduction, say to you that the energy that we had in this room, in plenary, the energy that we had in the breakaway rooms was really absolutely beautiful. And it just shows, the commitment of people that's present in this room. And just, how important that is for us. But what I want us to start with is, I'm going to ask Diane just to have a brief discussion on the video that was flighted yesterday, and get just some input just in terms of that feedback on the presentation. So Diane, if you can come and do that, thank you.
Morning, everyone. How, guys? Where's the energy from yesterday? It's a Thursday. Okay. So I think morning, and I think just to echo what Sharon has said, I think the energy, if we can carry that through and see, how we then carry this momentum, especially for the delegates who are online. I'm like, we've all been in online spaces, so let us just use this and then lift them in their spaces. So I'm here to talk about the screening that we had yesterday, Flipping the Script. So Flipping the Script is a screening that has been in the public domain for a number of years. So it's not something that was developed specifically for this purpose. And it's something that has been flighted in a number of spaces. And it is the voices of survivors of violence. Yesterday, some of the presentations, spoke about mental health, spoke about some of the things that, we're doing, that happen within the sheltering space. And one of the things is we encourage survivors of violence to speak and to tell their stories. So that's where that screening, or why we shared that screening yesterday. The reason for me to share this is because that screening yesterday was cut short during the flighting of yesterday's proceedings. As you know, that these sessions are also being shown online, and it was cut short because people felt that it was vulgar. That people's realities and people's experiences were too vulgar to be shared with people online and with people in the space. So I'm here today, one, as the National Shelter Movement, to apologize firstly if we offended anyone, but also to get a sense from the room around when you watched that, because we were privileged enough to watch it from beginning to end. What was that experience for you like? How did you feel watching and hearing the lived realities of the four women as we flighted this, Flipping the Script? I don't know if anybody would like to share.
Morning, Diane. Good morning, everybody. I think it's very important that as advocates and activists for gender-based violence survivors, that we are not seen to be censoring stories of survivors. That for a very long time, one of our slogans has been, unsilence the violence. Now, we shouldn't be partaking in practices where we are censoring the stories of survivors themselves. And we know that their stories and how they tell their stories manifest in very many different ways. It's not up to us to say to them, do not use objectionable language. It's up to us to hear the story. Just my 2 cents worth. I thought it was very powerful, and I thought it brought the stories home in a very real way to us.
Thank you. Do we have anybody? We've got a hand at the back. But I think also if there's anybody online, if you'd like to share, either through the chat or raising your hand so we can also hear your voices.
Hi, I think for me it was very refreshing. Even the cussing in it, because gender-based violence is ugly. Gender-based violence is violent. It hurts people, it breaks people. That little bit of, language didn't offend me at all. I thought it actually brought the story home for all of them. So yeah, no, I thought it was great. I can't believe that we haven't seen it before. I can't believe that it hasn't been aired on, all SABC and all that stuff, because that is gender-based violence. That's exactly it.
Thank you. Can we get one last hand? If there's any, we've got one. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to say that I liked it. Although the cussing and all of that, it's fine because this is life. And this is how things really happen. This is how things happen even in the shelters. Nothing is sugar-coated, and it is easiest and best if it's dealt with in that way, because that is how the ladies can speak and how they can relate and how they can bring their stories across. I'd like a copy because I want to show it to all the groups of the women in my shelter. And that's what I said to everybody. So I think it's a good thing, and it will encourage others to speak.
Thank you. Okay, we've got one.
Any other?
We've got a hand here.
Where?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I think it's good, but being an audience seated here, I think we were ready for it. But I think maybe the challenge, a person sitting behind a computer and watching it, alone. Maybe, well, in future, I think people connecting online should be warned, before, so that a person decides whether to continue or not. And yes, but I mean, when we are seated in a group, like, surely, you see the reaction of other people. I think that really puts you into the mood. But I mean, personally, if you are, we have to deal with victims. We counsel, provide services, and it helps, to get a very, very clear picture, of what really is happening to people. That makes it easier, when you have to deal with them one-on-one, as to how you are to, reflect or what, and address, their feelings, and, I think as long as we are like in a room like this, it's much easier, but it's a challenge for people, sitting at home or wherever.
Thank you for, okay.
Okay, just if I can have a comment to that. And Boetie, I hear what you're saying. And, even with news bulletins nowadays, it comes with a trigger warning. So if we can perhaps add that and just say trigger warning that this is what will happen, then we can do that. But I've got nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong in terms of the actual video. But I hear what you're saying, that one should be allowed to listen to it or not to listen to it if you're not ready. But I just think in terms of what happened yesterday, that people were not allowed to watch it online. That was, a challenge for us, because online it was cut. In the room, people had the opportunity to see it, but the online people could not see it. So I hear that, and personally I take that forward, but this is the reality. And it's the lived reality of women every single day of their lives, and we as gender activists and as feminists must respect that and understand that this is the lived reality of people. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And I think for us, it's also a learning and a lesson to take forward that, we should, provide the warning around, this is of a sensitive nature, it might offend people, and then allow people the freedom and the flexibility to then either engage or not engage. So I do apologize, for that and for us not, providing that warning in advance. But I also would like to let people know that as of Monday on our website, all the presentations, the recordings, and that video will be available for people if you want to, either finish it, but also if you want to engage with it further in your different spaces. So I think on that note, I'll hand back to Sharon. Thank you.
I'm just going to wait for the queue. Where is Mariam now? Okay, right. Thank you very much. So the next speaker that we have is Mr. Lyndon Nkunu, the Director General for Social Development. And I'll read you a short bio of the DG. Thank you very much, DG, that you can join us, during also your busy time. Mr. Linton, can you just, Sibasiso, help me with the correct pronunciation? Sibasiso, the correct pronunciation of the DG? Nkunu, thank you very much. Is the Acting Director General of the National Department of Social Development. He previously served as the Chief of Staff, heading the Ministries of Social Development, as well as the Ministry of Small Business Development, having formed part of the establishment team of the latter. Mr. Nkunu leads the department's social security reform, and he advises the Minister of Social Development on building partnerships with development partners. The main responsibility at the Department of Social Development includes leading the development and implementation of a development social policy program, promoting the rights of children, including overseeing the drafting of the Children's Act Amendment Bill, advising the Minister of Social Development on building partnerships with the development partners, private sector, and other public sector entities in the realization of the mandate of the Department of Social Development. In addition, he manages and oversees the performance and financial management of the department. Mr. Nkunu has served in the public sector for more than a decade in various roles, including the Department of International Relations and Cooperations, the Department of Trade and Industry, where he was focused on socio-economic development initiatives on the African continent. This is prior to him forming part of the establishment team of the Department of Small Business Development. The DG's interests lie in the development space as well as social entrepreneurship. He is currently pursuing his master's degree in development policy and practice with the University of Cape Town's Nelson Mandela School.
I'm sorted. I'm sorted.
That is the brief introduction to the DG. So thank you very much, DG, for making time to address us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director, and a very good morning to you. I'm not sure whether you can see me and whether you can hear me. Let me just get them.
We can see you now. We can see you now, DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me appreciate the opportunity to be able to address this engagement. You would pardon me, I'm just trying to get my camera right. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thanks once again for the opportunity to be able to address this very important gathering. Let me welcome all representatives to this important conference this morning, which of course takes place timelessly, just a few weeks before the President convenes the National Gender-Based Violence Summit, which is scheduled to take place on 1 and 2 November 2022 here in Gauteng. As the Department of Social Development, we're indeed pleased to have partnered with the National Shelters Movement of South Africa as one of the implementing partners in the provision of sheltering services to convene this important Indaba. This partnership is indeed a demonstration that government and civil society can indeed work together and address some of the most difficult challenges that we face as a country. As the Department of Social Development, we remain committed to this cause, and our interactions, although some may not necessarily deem them adequate, have certainly yielded much fruit in providing safe spaces for women and children who are victims of gender-based violence and femicide. And that is not to say that we have done enough. We are indeed conscious that there is much more that still needs to be done to fight the scourge that affects every family, every community, and indeed every one of us gathered here in this conference today. And in order to defeat gender-based violence, it will take all sectors of society to work together as a collective. Program Director, in line with the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the mandate of the Department of Social Development is providing psychosocial support services to victims of crime and violence. And the department is responsible for implementing Pillar 4, which speaks to response, care, support, and healing. The theme of this summit, this shelter Indaba, is accountability, coordination, and leadership. And it is one that should enable us to look through the lens of victims of gender-based violence and take accountability for what we have and what we have not done, to improve coordination amongst all sectors of society, and indeed to improve leadership in order to do better in addressing the causes and certainly the ripple effects of gender-based violence and femicide. I therefore want to believe that the outcomes of this Indaba would be practical enough to enable us to double our commitments and our efforts to addressing this scourge and to ensure that it serves as a build-up into the report of Pillar 4, which will of course be discussed as part of the Gender-Based Violence Summit that the President will convene in the next few weeks. We must deepen our interaction as it relates to infrastructure provision and support provided to victims in shelters, programs provided to victims within shelters, and we must be conscious of matters such as mental health and the material that is provided to support in terms of skills development victims within shelters. And I think that we must find ways of communicating much better, much more creative, much more innovative ways of providing support and information to victims of gender-based violence. Program Director, I would like to indicate that the issue of providing sheltering services of victims, for victims rather, of gender-based violence requires a multi-sectoral approach if we were to effectively make an impact and indeed succeed in doing so. I want to outline very quickly the various stakeholders that are critical for delivering sheltering services. As the Department of Social Development, we are responsible, we have the legislative mandate to provide psychosocial support services, which include sheltering services and funding for CSOs. As you may be aware, the DSD currently funds just over 360 NGOs to the tune of around 100 million that benefit victims of gender-based violence as well as communities. And we support both emerging and experienced CSOs or NGOs in this regard. We're in the process of finalizing partnerships with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to ensure that we are able to provide more infrastructure for victims of gender-based violence, in essence, shelters. Of course, you would be aware that the Department of Health is responsible for the medical examinations and treatment of victims, and they provide forensic services for court purposes. The National Prosecuting Authority is responsible for preparing the cases for prosecution and preparing the victims for court processes. Of course, the South African Police Services is responsible for the registration of cases and conducting necessary investigations in preparing cases to be brought before the court as well. And of course, the Department of Home Affairs participates based on an identified need, particularly when it comes to documentation of victims and so forth. The Department of Higher Education and Training has been providing educational programs on life skills and skills development, as well as various SETAs. The Department of Human Settlements has been facilitating the provision of special housing needs, and we are in consultation with the Department of Human Settlements as we speak around some of these matters to ensure that we are able to get more properties that we can utilize together with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, that we can utilize for sheltering services or sheltering purposes. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as I indicated, provides the infrastructure. NGOs and NPOs are implementing partners alongside government, and we provide a significant amount of support to them to be able to do this, particularly in rural and peri-urban areas. Of course, we also make use of volunteers, and they provide support to centers at all levels, and victims support under supervision of social workers, and they provide administrative support as well. And of course, we work very closely with donors, partners, both in the private sector and in civil society on the whole, including academia and think tanks. I want to also highlight amongst others, the following challenges in the provision of sheltering services, Program Director. We have inadequate funding, and I think that that's been made quite clear throughout the conference, and we are consciously and continuously engaging with the National Treasury in this regard to ensure that we're able to get additional support, financial support, to expand shelters, and I'll speak a little bit more about this shortly. Inclusion of other vulnerable groups such as persons with disabilities and Lgbtqi community. There has been discussion around how we provide support to the Lgbtqi community as well as persons with disabilities within shelters. And I think that that's very important, and we must provide the space to be able to do such. And we are looking into this, working with our provinces. The lack of standardized admission criteria, which leads to exclusion and secondary victimization. And you would also recall that that out of 52 districts in the country, we have 44 districts with shelters as we speak at the moment, and a gap of around 8 that need to be established as a matter of emergency. We also have 9 out of 9 provinces. We have 3 Kuseleka one-stop centers and a gap of 6 that still exists to be established. I must say we are working very closely with a number of partners to be able to close the gap in those areas or provinces and districts where we do not have shelters at the moment. Program Director, as part of strengthening our services, we have developed policies such as the intersectoral shelter policy, the psychosocial support services policy, but these are meant to achieve standardization. Both of these are meant to achieve the standardization of services for victims of gender-based violence. And I hope that you would get a chance to have some discussion with the team from the Department of Social Development. And of course, also get your input in terms of how we can better improve in terms of implementation as we move forward. I know that yesterday you received a number of keynote addresses, a number of addresses, and I think also the Minister of Social Development made a number of remarks, and I hope that you have had an opportunity to build on some of these important matters that she raised with you. And I hope that you are able to find comfort in the commitment of the Department of Social Development with regards to the matters that the Minister would have raised moving forward. We are looking forward to working with civil society much more, private sector much more, academia, think tanks, and all sectors of society essentially, because if we were really to address the challenge of gender-based violence, it would require us to work in unison, and would certainly require us from schooling, from homes, from communities, and various places of gatherings to ensure that we drive a common message around the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And we must be conscious of the ripple effects that it causes, particularly to women. And we must, as a government, ensure that we put measures in place. I believe that we have done so. And of course, as I indicated earlier, much more needs to be done. But we can only achieve this if we commit to work together. And I think an Indaba of this nature has certainly proven that there is scope and there is space and there is will to ensure that we are able to work together in addressing these challenges. I therefore look forward to the outcomes of this important engagement. And I hope that we would have much more interaction actions that would go beyond discussions and would move into practical implementation of the discussions that we have, so that when we gather and meet, we're able to report on progress that we've made with regards to decisions and discussions that we've taken forward. I'm very pleased at the partnership that we have with the National Shelters Movement, and I hope that we'll be able to build much better with other organizations as we move forward. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to address this important gathering, and I certainly look forward to the fruitful outcomes thereof. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. I'm hoping that you will have time just to take a few questions from the group, if you are still available. But what I would like to say is I'd like to just thank the DG for picking up on the theme of this conference that speaks to accountability, coordination and leadership. And it was very clear that DG picked up on it, and the commitment, you know, that the work cannot be done without coordination and also accountability. So can I get a few questions? I've got Zubaida.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mkunu, for your very informative presentation. I agree fully that gender-based violence requires a multi-sectoral approach, as you have indicated. But my question to you would be, how can you or the department help us at the NSM to bring on board other government departments in taking responsibility on gender-based violence issues and creating serious partnerships going forward? Because our experience is that while we have social development trying to assist us, we do not have the support of other government departments in the same way. So in order for the multi-sectoral approach to be realized, we do need your support. And if you can point us in directions to develop those partnerships, we would indeed be very pleased. Thank you.
Mr. Nkunu, can I just take 2 more questions, and if you can then respond to 3 of the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mkunu, for your presentation. I think my question is around, because since yesterday, we've been hearing that there's a lot of challenges with accommodating LGBTI persons. And I'm just wondering, sitting here wondering, what is the blockage on offering service to LGBTI people? Also considering that LGBTI people, we cannot cluster them as just LGBTI people, but these people have different identities. There's lesbians, there's bisexuals, there's trans people, and there's intersex people. So where is the blockage? Because if a shelter is a shelter for women, lesbian women can be admitted, bisexual women can be admitted into that. But also, we need to be very clear as to where's the blockage. There is an option of trans women. Is that where the issue is? And if the issue is trans women being admitted because of how they identify, then we need to make it a point that we identify trans women as trans women and not cluster them as a group, because if you cluster them like that, then you are denying a service to other people that might need it just because they identify as LGBTI. Another question is, does a person have to say, this is my sexual orientation when they come to seek a service at a shelter? Is this a requirement? Because then that's also an issue, because then if somebody needs to identify themselves, that's where stigma comes in, you know, and that's where people get excluded. So I think, and also with the issue of people living with disabilities, I mean, build ramps, you know, if wheelchair access is an issue, build ramps to be able to access people. There's things that can be done rather than just clustering them as challenges, when these challenges can be easily be solved with few solutions. Thanks.
Can I just say there were a couple of questions in that one question, so maybe we must give Mr. Nkunu the opportunity to respond. Thank you. DG?
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you indeed for the questions that have been posed by the colleagues. So with regards to the first question, I think you make an important point. I think civil society has a space to be able to hold government accountable, whether it be through portfolio committees, whether it be through organized sort of interactions. But I do think that as government, we're committed. I think that we're committed to the cause, and we must be able to, not as an individual department, but as other departments as well, be able to harness our energies and work together to ensure that we work in unison and I suppose take responsibility together and accountability together. I also strongly believe in the co-creation of programs, not just as government alone, but together with the sector. And so I think that what we would do as the Department of Social Development is certainly reach out to other government departments. I want to believe that the range of government departments that I listed are certainly in attendance at this meeting. I know that the various spheres of government are also in attendance. I personally reached out to a number to all our provinces, actually, of social development, to ensure that they have representation at this meeting because of the importance of this engagement. My colleagues would tell you that I also made a request to check whether other government departments are part of this engagement, given the importance of the role that they play. And I think that what we will do going forward is so gatherings of this nature. Essentially, what I'm saying is that provide an opportunity for all government departments to be part of. And I think that we would through the cluster system of government report on a regular basis. And be able to ensure that other government departments come on board and take this matter quite seriously. I'm also willing to engage directly with the necessary government departments to ensure that we bring them on board and in a true sense have this multi-sectoral approach. That's the commitment I want to make to you, that I will certainly engage with my colleagues in the various government departments because of the importance of this nature and the role that they play. There's a question around the accommodation of the LGBTQI plus community. Yes, I think that this is a very important aspect, and I wouldn't want to venture into the details of where the blockages are, but I do know that some provinces have reached out and indicated that they would want to have LGBTQI community in different shelters, and some have indicated that they should be in one shelter. We're working on a standardization of this to ensure that we take into consideration the rights and the human rights in the main of the LGBTQI community. And I think that what we need to do is have a much deeper conversation with the community so that we can better understand some of the challenges that they face currently in shelters, and so that we can better create the space that is conducive for them. I think the sexual orientation matter is an important one. We must avoid stigma at all costs. We must make sure that we are welcoming and acceptable to all members of society and all members, or all individuals rather. And I think that's an important point. And again, I have been in consultation with one or two organizations which work with the LGBTQI community. And I think that what we need to do is obviously deepen that conversation to be able to come back and provide a much better approach. I think that when you have this engagement again, I assume you would have it next year. These are some of the things we must be able to come back and say, we've shifted on ABC, we've had conversations with the sector in this regard, and these are the interventions that we've managed to put forward to that end. I also think that, just a second, some of our policies are en route to Cabinet, and as we process them to Cabinet, we will certainly bring on board other government departments to make a number of inputs in that regard. And I think opportunities are also afforded to the sector to make inputs. Just a second.
DG, there was a question about disabilities,
Okay, so,
access to people with disabilities.
Yes, so I'll respond to that one. What I wanted to say is that Sbusiso Maloka, who is in the meeting, physically would be able to respond to some of the other matters. I completely agree with the colleague that we must provide ramps and provide ease of access to persons with disabilities. When we go out and look for shelters, when we work with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, there are certain standards that we ensure must be met before we can take occupation of the center or before we can hand the center over. And one of those is to ensure that they are disability friendly. So I want to indicate that if there are those centers which members of the community indicate are not disability friendly, please can you bring those to our attention, and we'll immediately address those, because we have to be accommodative and ensure that we provide reasonable accommodation for all members of society, including persons with disabilities. And our commitment as the Department of Social Development, which works very closely with persons with disabilities, has always been to ensure that we provide all the necessary reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities, including in shelters. So I want to believe that there are no shelters at this point in time which do not have the necessary access for persons with disabilities. And if there are those that members of society have come across, I would like you to please make sure that you bring those to our attention so we can immediately address the challenge and don't have any sort of challenges in this regard. Thank you very much.
I think there's one specific request in terms of collaboration, and we raised this yesterday, and it's bringing SAPs to the table, because they've not been at the first Indaba that we had last year, and they're not present this year. So just in terms of South African police services, if we can highlight them to you in terms of collaboration. Thank you very much. Are those all the questions that we can
I will certainly do that.
Thank you very much. There's one last question.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Hill from an organization called Time for Change Community Development, which deals with commercial sex workers, males and females. We have a serious challenge when it gets to this part that you've spoken about of Home Affairs assisting us. I don't think it's really true, because usually when we call Home Affairs, they used to come to the project and assist the kids. No, that thing is no longer happening. I don't know what has changed. Maybe if you can assist us with that, we will appreciate. Because there's a long queue at Harrison Street. Sometimes the securities don't want them to go through. If you are a male and they see that you are a gay, then they will always have funny comments towards these kids. What can you do to assist on that one? And again, we also wanted to find out from you if there is a way forward with this thing that Premier Panyaza was speaking about, that they are taking all the children, the street kids, from the streets. Where do we go? Thank you.
DG?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hill, for those questions. I want to indicate that it just maybe help me in terms of understanding Harrison Street, in terms of which district or which city is it in. And so that makes it easier, then we're able to be quite focused and direct in terms of where the intervention should go. I will have a conversation with my colleague in Home Affairs and indicate that these concerns have been raised by members of society, and we need to find a way of addressing them and ensuring that we have a greater level of support to those who may have challenges, commercial sex workers in this case, in accessing documentation and receiving the support which ought to be provided by Home Affairs. I commit to have that conversation with the DG of Home Affairs, and in fact, my colleagues, I hope, are taking note of some of these specific aspects. I must also indicate that we must condemn every level of society. Whether it be sex workers, whether it be members of the LGBTQI community, we must condemn that. There's no respect human and respect all persons' rights, and I think that it's important that we condemn all and respect all persons' rights, and I think that it's important that we condemn all talk out against that, and certainly ensure that their actions that follow to people who perpetuate those kind of utterances or continue with stigma and discrimination against other members of society. There's no place for it in South Africa. I think on the issue that you raised around
So this happened this morning as well. And you can actually smell burning of a plug or something.
I was saying that the proposal by the Premier of Gauteng around taking people, whether it be people on the streets and young people who are on, if I recall correctly, on Nyaupe and on substance, to take them away into a special place where they would be treated there, I think is a noble approach, and I think it's
we lost you, DG. Is it at the back? The network. Sure. Mariam, still not? The network? So, yeah, just in terms of how long do you think it's going to take, Mariam? Can we get the questions and then we can pose those questions when DG is back online? Nobu, can you just say what is your question?
Okay, thank you. My question or concern is on the funding cycle policy by the DSD from different provinces. Our province, for example, is on a 3-year cycle, and we know that other provinces are on a 1-year cycle. And of course, there might have been good reasons for that, but it leaves out a lot of CBOs if they miss the call. So what are the chances of reviewing this or even ensuring uniformity throughout all provinces? Thank you.
Okay. So when the DG is back, I'll pose that question. And Zubaida, they're not back online yet. Okay. So what you're saying is that if provinces, if it's a 3-year cycle, and organizations didn't apply in that cycle, they lose out for the 3 years. All right. Okay. All right. Zubaida, you can ask your question yourself, when we're back online. Okay. DG, we are back online. And we've got a question for you in terms of the different cycles, finance cycles that the different provinces have. One of the provincial managers is saying that in some provinces, finance cycle is a 3-year cycle, whereas other provinces have it on a 1-year cycle. So if it is on a 3-year cycle, organizations that didn't apply miss out for 3 years then to access funding. And then the last question will be from Dr. Dango.
Recording in progress.
3-year cycle, and some provinces have 1-year cycle. I missed the question. Apologies.
I'll get the provincial rep to pose the question herself, but let me ask first Dr. Dango to pose her question. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Minister Nkunu, DG Nkunu, my question is that I want to understand what the update is on second stage housing and unoccupied public buildings. I understand that there are several buildings that are available, but the cost to improve the infrastructure within those buildings for shelter habitation is not necessarily available, which then delays the services of shelters. And I want to know how this can be fast-tracked. That is one question. The second question is that I know that funding for shelters comes from a provincial level, but my concern is that several provinces still give late payments to shelters, and this creates huge difficulty for shelters because they are responsible to, one, pay salaries to their staff, and two, to make sure that the shelter residents get their food and that all the other programs are run timeously. So I'm not sure on the second one how you might be able to help, given that it's a provincial mandate, but it is a concern that we've been raising as the NSM. In fact, during COVID, we even wrote an open letter to President Ramaphosa indicating that this was a problem, but we have not received any response to this. And I'm afraid that we keep asking the same questions and not getting answers.
Thank you very much, colleague, for the question. I'm told that the second stage housing policy is en route to Parliament and is led by the Department of Human Settlements, who is driving that particular process. So I completely understand what you're saying around the challenges with regards to unoccupied buildings and finding the financial means to renovate them and get them to a place where they're ready for occupation. Last week, this time, exactly this time, I was in a meeting with the Director General of Public Works and Infrastructure. And there are a number of aspects we were discussing around how we can improve the support for shelters. Right now, we have a number of buildings. I'm not sure of the accurate number, but I know that in provinces like Gauteng, I think Skusisa will help me, the Free State, Mpumalanga, and KZN, we are working at we've identified the buildings, and we are at a stage now where renovation is underway for those shelters to be provided. And I think that I have made it quite clear that I would like those shelters to be ready for occupation and provided to those who would manage them before the end of this year. So we're in the process of addressing that, and we are taking a very speedily approach towards that. I must appreciate my colleagues at the Public Works and Infrastructure in assisting with those. We gave them a list of shelters and said, we have gone, we've visited all these houses, we've seen, we've created, we've indicated which ones can be, or rather which ones in a way comply with the standards that we put together, which ones can be renovated and which ones we will not be able to utilize because of their location and their state. And I can tell you now that I made it clear that our goal is that by the end of this year, we have a number of shelters that we're able to hand over to the provinces in the provinces that I've just highlighted. So we're working actively on this, and we are speeding it up. I will look into the matter of the funding cycles. I'm told that in some cases it's 1 year, in some cases it's 3 years. We are also looking into this matter of trying to have a much longer period for sustainability for shelters. I know that the MTF cycle is a 3-year cycle, and funding ought to be provided within the context of 3 years. And I think when they provide funding for a year, I want to believe that it's for specific inputs in the shelters, but ordinarily it should be over a much prolonged period. And we are looking into this now. In fact, part of our discussion with Public Works last week is to see whether we could extend this much longer. There was some proposals for 5-year funding, and we are looking at a much longer period. Of course, I know that in my experience, some of the NGOs that have not received funding on time was because of compliance-related matters. So they were not able to provide the necessary documentation on time, and therefore the funding was not able to be released. And I suppose the call we are making here is that we must meet each other halfway. We will provide the funding, but please make sure that I suppose the respect, and respect is not the right word, but the processes are followed in terms of accessing the funding accordingly, so that we're able to help each other in that regard. I know that this is part of the challenge that I experience in 1 or 2 provinces, but we have indicated to provinces that we must find a better way of speeding up the payment processes for those NPOs who are running shelters and that are compliant, as it were. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and we appreciate the time that you could spend with us. We'll put all these questions that we received from the floor in the report and take this up with you. Mr. Sibusiso, do you have some comments to make? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
We are now ready for the next presentation, and the next presentation will be done by Buti Kulwane, and he will be presenting on the DSD Trafficking in Persons and Human Rights presentation to us. Just a brief profile of Buti. He grew up in Garankuwa and matriculated at the Modiri High School. He studied at Wits University, where he completed his social work degree and later a master's degree in public and development management. He's currently employed as a social work policy manager for transnational organized crime, the human trafficking part of it, at the Department of Social Development. The conference papers and research and other achievements developed and documented the integrated model of home and community-based care and support, and published an article on the model in 2000. His research title is Civic Competence in Kutsong in July 2002, and the research focuses on the historic development of the civil society in the township of Kutsong near Carletonville. And that was his master's research report. He presented a paper entitled Evaluating the Impact of the Informal Victims Charter Education on Selected Residents of the West Rand region in Gauteng province at the international conference that was held in October 2010. He wrote a paper entitled Evolution of the Victim Empowerment Program in South Africa, Development Perspective, and that was December 2012. And he's also organized the Gauteng's Men's Consultative Conference for May 2013, and participating men's organizations, including men's forums in government department. And then he published a book titled Navigating Through a Dense Forest, about the 2 decades of his life from conception until he completed his university studies at the university, and that was self-published June 2020. So we welcome you, Buti, to do your presentation. Thank you.
Possible to insert this one?
Is this not your presentation?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've never really listened to. It sounded like an obituary, and I just wondered. I could have held back. Yeah, thank you, and I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm here to talk about trafficking in persons, and I think I would say to the organizers, the National Shelter Movement, this is a very, very good opportunity. I think this is the time now we're talking, the voices. In fact, 2021 theme of the International Day Against Trafficking in Persons spoke to victims' voices leading the way. And yes, I'm not a victim of trafficking, but I'm here to talk on behalf of the victims. And I think this is a very, very important platform, to share. Why? Because they are being housed in shelters. Yes, well, this is our... Well, this is the outline. I don't think I should really take time. Well, what is trafficking? And I'll also speak about, the difference between trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants. Yes, the indicators would come, and indicators of trafficking. Our mandate as the Department of Social Development in provision of care and support to victims, we are gravitating to what is referred to as the trauma-informed care. And I think I would say in provision of services to victims of trafficking, and also, for all victims of crime and violence. We did develop regulations and directives, and we've accredited a few shelters in the country. Well, by introduction, I would speak about a name that is known to, I think, almost all South Africans. And an organization, in fact, is named after this person. Okay, let me say, well, trafficking in persons, as you can see, colleagues, it generates billions. And, well, the International Labour Organization, that was 2005, estimated it to be around $32 billion. Indeed, one of the fastest growing criminal activities in the world. And it is, they say, well, it surpassed, arms trading into second spot, whilst the first spot is still occupied by drug dealing. Requires little, or no capital input. Commodity here being a human being that is exploited and can be exploited repeatedly, for the benefit of the traffickers. Their motive, indeed, is to make profit, for the traffickers, and at minimal risks. Direct reports are unfortunately not. Direct reports are unfortunately rare, and usually we tend to find, the underlying offenses. So if we don't really look deep, and unfortunately we tend to lose such people. Why? Because the crime is said to be a hidden crime. And we would like to see all frontline officials in government, civil society, really doing their best to identify victims, because that's the only way we would be able to provide support. What is it, trafficking in persons? As I said, someone very known to almost all of us, an organization was named after her. The individuals was a slave that was in the 19th century, a lady named Sarki Barkman. Her story is well documented. It was in 1821. 21-year-old Sarki Barkman, a farm worker in the Cape. What happened is she signed a contract to accompany William Alexander Dunlop, a surgeon, up to London. She was, London promised Sarki fame, fortune, and freedom, and as a result, Sarki did sign the contract. He did sign the contract so as to get whatever promises that were made. Unfortunately, when she arrived in London, in England, 225 Piccadilly Street, that's where she was exhibited naked and exploited by her traffickers for profit. She was later sold to an animal exhibitor in Paris, where she was labeled Hottentot Venus. 6 years later, Sarah Barkman died at the age of 27, and what happened is her problems didn't end because the body was dissected, the organs were removed and displayed in a French museum. It was two centuries later, on the 6th of March 2002, when President Mandela managed to negotiate, her return, the return of her remains back to South Africa, and on the 9th of August 2002, these were buried in the Eastern Cape. So, What I'm trying to say here is this is not a new phenomenon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been there. It's just that we are using a new term, which is referred to as trafficking in persons. And you saw, I said, she signed a contract. Sarki Bartman could hardly read or write, and so which means she didn't understand the contents of the contract. Yes, okay, which means indeed trafficking in persons is modern day slavery. What happens, I think there's a problem. I don't know what happened here, but anyway, maybe if I look at this, I think I could have removed this. When we talk trafficking in persons, there should be an act, and a means. Okay, my apology. What is happening?
You're going back?
I went back. Okay. There should be an act and a means, and also the purpose being exploitation. With the act, I mean, that could be recruitment, it could be harboring, a person can be transported, and someone can receive them. But what they do is they make use of, threat or of use of force, and they coerce the person. The person can also be abducted, but this doesn't happen very often. What happens mainly is that they are deceptively taken. That is the means. And the purpose being exploitation. And when you talk exploitation, it could be exploitation in the sex industry. A person can be turned into a sex slave. They are forced into prostitution. They can also be trafficked, for labor exploitation, or their bodies, organs can also be removed, as we saw with Sarki Bartman, with her body being dissected and the organs being used in a museum. So trafficking in persons is indeed an organized crime. And why? Because all these people that are mentioned here are involved in this network. And what we are supposed to do, we have to break the network. So prior to the passing of the Trafficking in Persons Act, the people to be prosecuted were only those that are said to have exploited the person at the destination. But then the Act enabled us to be able to at least make sure that everyone who is involved, in the movement of this individual can also be put and be prosecuted. And that includes your spotter. Someone can be appointed just to spot, people to be trafficked. Another one can recruit. Another one can sell, even those that transport them. I can use my house. If I use my house to harbor someone with the knowledge that they are going to be exploited later on, I have also contributed, and I can also be prosecuted. Your brothel keepers, your pimps, even the clientele, of sex workers can also be prosecuted. So indeed, this is one network that has to be broken. These are the indicators, ladies and gentlemen. Whilst this list is not exhaustive, but you could say if you meet someone and that you suspect they are being trafficked, if this person lives with an employer, that could be one of the indicators. Their living conditions could be poor, could be a group of people that are cramped in a very, very small space. The person you cannot speak to a person alone, so that means someone else has to speak on their behalf. Their answers, you can see that seemingly they are scripted and they had to rehearse, when responding. The employer could be holding their identity document. There could be signs of physical abuse, and I think this is where health frontliners come in. And a person can be submissive or fearful, and then being paid little or no payment at all. And then also being under the age of 18 and involved in the sex industry. So, but then these are the questions that we can ask, but we have to be very careful that this is done privately, because if the trafficker can see that we are communicating with this individual, then we'll put them in jeopardy. Can you leave your job if you want to? Can you come and go as you please? Have you been hurt or threatened if you tried to leave? Or has your family also been threatened? Do you live with your employer? Where do you sleep and eat? Are you in debt to your employer? That means, are you in debt to your employer? You have to repay whatever costs that they have incurred in bringing you wherever you are. Do you have your passport or identification documents? And if you don't, who has these? Yes. Yeah, these are some of the pictures that, I mean, it's like, unfortunately, trafficking victims, this is how we maybe find them sometimes. Yes, and then when we talk trafficking in persons, we tend to make like mistake of maybe classifying people that are being smuggled into the country as victims of trafficking. But in reality, as you can see, there's a difference between smuggling of migrants and trafficking of persons. You can say trafficking of persons can be legal. A person can be brought into the country legally, or it can be brought into country illegally. Or there may not be any border crossing. A person can be trafficked within the country. But when a person that is being smuggled, they are smuggled from outside of the borders of South Africa. So the smuggling would obviously be illegal. And when it's trafficking persons, their documents either legal or illegal, but with a smuggled person, they don't have any legal documents. They could either be false or stolen documents. And the smuggled person would volunteer to be smuggled, whilst a trafficked person is either coerced or maybe deceived, and they would have to be exploited at the destination. Their movement is restricted if they are trafficked, and they are under the control of their traffickers, whilst the smuggled person would be free once they reach the destination. So they say, well, with trafficking, it is in an individual that is a commodity, whilst with smuggling of migrants, it is a service which is a movement of the person that is a commodity. And both of them being crimes, but the difference is that trafficking is a crime against this individual, whilst smuggling is a crime against the state. And both the smuggled person and the person that smuggles them, have committed this crime. Whilst with the individual in trafficking, it is a crime against this person. The Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, as a department, our mandate is provision of protection, care, and support and healing to victims of trafficking. And as you can see, this is in line with Pillar 4 of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. Yes, yeah. Officials of our departments are trained to identify, to assess, to continually support victims who are admitted in shelters and those that are to be reintegrated back into their communities. And individuals that are suspected to have been trafficked are assessed. The Act says it's a social worker that has to conduct an assessment to determine that indeed this person is not smuggled but has been trafficked. So, and what we do is the HOD of the Provincial Department of Social Development has to issue a letter of recognition that indeed the person is a traffic victim. So as a DSD, we also issue accreditation certificates to organizations, shelters, and programs that are found to be compliant with our standards in provision of service to victims of trafficking. So I mentioned organizations also including shelters. That means we do have shelters that are accredited. As I said, we are gravitating towards what is referred to as trauma-informed care. Why? Because majority of, our observation is that majority of the victims that we deal with in trafficking are found to have a long history of trauma. Somewhere the trauma can dates back to their childhood. They've had what is referred to as adverse childhood experiences. They are also traumatized as adults. They are traumatized as victims of trafficking. And according to Celia Williamson of the Emancipation Nation and the University of Toledo, she says trauma-informed care service organization requires, a safe and trusting space for both victims and staff members. And we, as an organization, we have to pay special attention to signs of trauma amongst these two. And we have to also have a good trauma-informed communication strategies to be developed by the organization to be able to provide services. So a victim, I think what we've always spoken is victim-centered, but in addition, we're talking now the trauma-informed approach. These are expected in our shelters. Why? We've observed that, in fact, let me say from Celia Williamson herself, that they do experience guilt and shame. you know, people that have been exploited do feel guilty for having done things that they didn't want to do, and they are also very, very shameful. But these two negative feelings, they continue to dictate their lives, you know, until they gain awareness that they have not done anything wrong and are capable of being loved and cared for. So a trauma-informed environment will certainly help them to overcome these negative feelings. It's important for shelters to emphasize that you, as a victim, you did not purposely or voluntarily engage in sex work. You were forced or forced labor, but you were deceived and coerced by your traffickers. They should therefore feel not ashamed or guilty, as they did not have control over the situation, but had to use their skills to survive. I think use of skills to survive, I think we have to also build on, you know, those skills that they've used to survive, you know, the period, you know, under slavery, if I could put it that way, because these are the strengths that can help them moving forward. So it is important for us to lift their self-image, their self-esteem, self-belief, self-love, and confidence, and their ability to survive difficult situations. So as a service providers, we are not done, you know, after just providing food, clothing, and accommodation to victims. Why? Because they need internal healing, you know, after both the trust and relationships, you know, have been broken. So as a department, we developed regulations. I don't think I should go deep into these. Are, let's say, in manner in which trafficking victims are to be assessed, as I mentioned, in the issuing of letter of recognition. We also developed regulations, you know, on the system of accreditation in line with our norms and standards, and also the manner in which victims are to be referred, you know, from social development to the Department of Home Affairs and returned back to their countries of origin or areas within the Republic of South Africa from where they were trafficked. We also developed directives, and there are directives on the manner in which victims of trafficking must be identified, interviewed, and treated with particular attention to the vulnerability of children, and also directives on the referral of victims of trafficking to social health and psychological services. Then colleagues, in terms of Section 44, subsection 11, failure to comply with the directives and the national instructions, unfortunately, may lead, you know, to officials being taken through disciplinary action. So this is what we share with social workers, which means what we call secondary victimization. You know, people can be disciplined for it. Then when we have indeed accredited a number of organizations, that is shelters, you know, from the year 2018, a total of 19 shelters were accredited in this country. And accreditation takes a period of 4 years. So it was in 2022 when it expired. And with the expiry of the accreditation, we then had to take them through assessment once again, you know, for the renewal of the accreditation. A few of them went through, and as you can see, in the Eastern Cape, the two organizations, shelters, their accreditation was extended. In the Western Cape, we used to have 3 now. I know in Gauteng, we have 3 accredited. In Limpopo, there's always been 1. In Mpumalanga, they still need to be accredited. As you can see, those that are highlighted with red are still to renew the accreditation. Western Cape, they've done it. We've lost 1. We need more. The KwaZulu-Natal, I've received reports of their 4, including additional shelters for men. And then the Free State, they've renewed theirs. Both the Northern Cape and the Northwest, we're still waiting. So this, it is important that I think there's something missing here. Okay. I think, maybe let me share the shelters. The challenges. The challenges that we are facing, you could say, yes, trafficking being a hidden crime, it's a challenge because then identification is a problem. We also have challenges with regards to, let me say, continuation of provision of service, that is aftercare to victims, you know, following the conviction and sentencing of their traffickers. We've seen, you know, some of the victims, you know, going back to sex work whilst they did not initially, become sex workers. They were forced into it, but we find them going back. Why? Because there's no, provision of support moving forward, you know, to empower them to be able to stand on their own. Other challenges, I could say, as a country, we are being rated by the U.S. State Department on an annual basis. And as a country, we've been downgraded from what is referred to as Tier 2 down to Tier 2 watch list. So that's what we're supposed to do to improve, we're supposed to do quite a lot of things in terms of provision of care, in terms of conviction, prosecution, investigation of trafficking cases. So as to, these are some of the challenges that I think are missing here. I've got them on the other presentation. But yes, I think, thank you very much for listening.
So we're just going to take 2 burning questions, and then we need to move for tea. So I'll take 2 burning questions from the room. There's one. The mic is in front. Yes, the mic. And then one last person. Otherwise, I'm only going to take this one question.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you so much, Buti, for the presentation. I only have got one question, and I'm asking on behalf of colleagues who are at home, where I come from. I just need clarity, clarity on the term harboring, because recently we had a visitor in one facility where she said the organization is harboring victims. Those victims are there because they were brought in by Hawks and DSD and partners who rescued them. So then the visitor said to colleagues, you are harboring victims. So I think it's going to be helpful. I'm sure they are listening back home. If we can get an explanation to say, are we harboring if they are now referred to our facilities? Thank you so much.
Okay, I've got...
Thank you. My question is, I'm from the Northern Cape. My question is, I want to ask for what did the other... I know about few shelters in Northern Cape, Kimberley. I want to ask, what must we do to be part of the shelters of National? The other thing is, I tried 3 years back, and social development said there's no funding for new shelters and new GBVF. So for this year, I'm trying to apply, and tell me the same thing. And my question is, what must we do to be on the list for the shelters?
Thank you. I think that question is perhaps not necessarily for Buti in terms of the shelters,
Thanks, Buti, for your presentation. So my question is, I know that human trafficking is one of a very sensationalized issue and very exaggerated. And it's always, when it's exaggerated, it always goes to one form, which is sex work, prostitution, and all. But the latter is, there's a whole lot of trafficking happening in domestic work, in farm work, and all these other sectors that are not as sensationalized or as interesting to talk about. So I want to know, to say, as a department, what are you doing to ensure that data is verified? Because we have moments where there would be stories shared to say children are being trafficked in South Africa into sex slavery, but there isn't data to back these sensationalized posts and stories, and that is dangerous, because then it always goes back to sex work, which I feel like then that derails the work that has been done with organizations that are working for the human rights of sex workers, making sure that there is laws that protect them, so that those that are then trafficked are able to report these cases, because currently there isn't avenues for sex workers who are either forced or even not forced but find themselves in the hands of pimps to report these cases, because there isn't any rights channels to do that. So it's about the research. Where are we with research and making sure that we're verifying data? Where are we in ensuring that we are curbing the spread of false information around trafficking, and making sure that the information that is shared is verified and it's true and it's not fake. Thanks.
Okay, Putti, I'm going to allow you to answer those questions, and then we must break for tea, eh?
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, for the questions. I think Fisani, on behalf of the colleagues, harboring shelter is not really harboring victims. Well, as in harboring as, you know, a definition. A person who harbors victims is one who, you know, in collaboration with those that have recruited with the intention of exploiting, you know, keeps them in their house. I can give an example. I always say a victim can be harbored, let's say from Gauteng, if a victim is being transported down to the Western Cape. In between Gauteng and the Western Cape, you have the Free State and the Northern Cape. You know, and there's a place called Colesberg in the Northern Cape. Someone can harbor this person who's being transported from Gauteng just to ensure that, you know, the road is clear for them to be able to transport them down to the Western Cape for exploitation. So shelters are providing services that is taking care of victims. They aren't harboring. Yes, you keep them, you're harboring, but I mean, it's not harboring in a sense of, you know, the definition, yes. Yeah, no, thanks. And then the second question, I think I can also attempt it, but Sue would assist here. That is with what to do to ensure that you know, they make it into the list of shelters that are recognized by the department. I think normally in provinces you have your forum, that is your provincial victim empowerment forum, and the organization, maybe the shelter, should you know, join the forum, and within the forum that's where decisions are made as to where the gaps are. So then in provision of GBV services, and wherever gaps exist, yes, as a shelter, I'm sure you would be accepted, you know, into that list. I'm not sure if you do work, you sit in the forum. If not, please make sure that you join the provincial forum. And SBU will also assist if that's not
sufficient. I can also just respond and say that is a provincial priority also. So, you know, we need to put you in touch with provincial DSD, and Melanie Kivedo is the chief director there. So, you know, speak to Melanie Kivedo, and then they will assist you with that.
Okay, yes, thanks. And the third one, sensationalization, you know, and exaggeration because of sex work. Yes, we do see, like mainly in social media, when someone posts something around trafficking, sex work, and children disappearing, then it goes viral, and people tend to think that that is happening. What we've done, we have the national structure, the National Intersectoral Committee on Trafficking in Persons, and we make sure that when we come across, you know, such postings, we share, you know, with the in our WhatsApp group as the National Intersectoral Committee for you know, because we work, you know, as a collective, you know, from government departments, including crime intelligence and also the Hawks, and they are able to verify if it is true or not. And but I mean, people can call, like say our number here, 0800 428 428 to also, you know, confirm if whatever they are saying is true. I forgot the 821. Can someone help me with the 821 number? Is it 0800? Is it 222 777 or 777 222? Because we've seen when they call the 821 is able to verify, and then they would, you know, report as to whether it is fake or not. But most of the postings, we found they were fake. And yes, as I said, trafficking is unfortunately a hidden crime, and because of it's easy to sensationalize. And yes, there are those that have been forced into sex work, and we have to help and take them out. But there are those that have individuals that have decided to come into the sex, get into the sex industry on their own. So there's no way that we can. Oh yes, Busu has just showed me it's 0800 222 777. That is the 821 Trafficking Persons Resource Line. You call them at any time, they will provide an answer for whatever. You may find that by the time you see the post, they've already seen it and, are aware of, whether it's fake or not. Yeah. I think.
Thank you, Buti. We'll need to end this presentation, and thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to break for tea, and I'm going to be strict in terms of 10 minutes. We're going to start, after 10 minutes because we're running late. Because after tea, we've got Mr. Mandla Tuma doing a presentation. So we break for tea, 10 minutes. Thank you. And honor our presenter. So if we can at the back just have some quiet. I've got a very lengthy bio here. So if we can take our seats. Like I said, I've got a very lengthy bio here for our next speaker. And it's Mr. Mandla Tsuma. I hope I pronounce your surname correctly, so I know that's important for, to pronounce surnames correctly. Mr. Mandla is from Sanka, Nishtara, as an intake officer. He's a registered general nurse, also a counselor in the field of substance abuse, and with more than 20 years experience in the field of addiction. We're very privileged to have Mr. Mandla doing the next presentation. So we're ready for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have that voice? Where do I take?
No.
Is this one?
No. So.
You say it is this button.
No, it is. Can you just put it on? Yeah, can you just. How does it start?
We are
Can we just get someone to start? How does the presentation on this thing start?
You want to...
Also, just a reminder that there's simultaneous
if I want to go to the next slide.
Please check what you're registered for.
Me and you are just old school technology.
This one.
Oh, okay. So backwards is that one. So it's only these two buttons. Can I have the mic? Because
You can speak, I think this is...
these two are all right. Okay.
Okay, while we sort that out, if there's anybody who wants to go to the breakaway rooms, those sessions are still happening right now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Good morning, Program Director. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I think I'm the one with the shortest bio in the room. So I would like to begin with a number of quotes. It says, housing is absolutely essential to human flourishing, but without stable shelter, it all falls apart. And the second quote goes, what do you do? What do you actually need? Food, clothing, and shelter. Everything else is entertainment. And the last but not the least of the quote, it goes on to say, it's interesting, people go to animal shelters, pick up a dog that has been kicked, a dog that has been beaten, a dog that has lost its leg, and take it home and give it love and support. But they don't do that to people. That's the biggest question we should be asking ourselves. As I was driving home yesterday from this conference, it was so painful because I was listening to the news. They were saying, one doctor was saying in Cape Town actually doing the same conference like the one we're doing right now, 20% of the children are suffering from mental health issues. And out of those 20%, only 10% access treatment, which is a cause for a concern. So, my topic is a very difficult topic, the link between substance abuse and sheltering. Let me start defining by substance. What is substance abuse? Substance abuse is habitual, compulsive, excessive and harmful use of substances, including illicit drugs, alcohol, prescription drugs, OTC, which is over the counter, which may lead to addiction and dependency and usually have psychological and physiological effects. So as I was listening to all our presentation from day one yesterday, sex pinpoints to substances, crime pinpoints to substances, poverty pinpoints to substances, homelessness pinpoints to substances, GBV pinpoints to substances. According to the latest review, men with alcohol problems have tripled risk of perpetrating gendered interpersonal violence. Women whose partners were regularly alcohol intoxicated were almost 6 times more likely to experience interpersonal violence or GBV. So, what is the link? The end result of homelessness is often substance abuse, and substance abuse can also contribute to homelessness. Research through your own organization, thank you, Dr. Genda, it has proven that 38% of homeless people are alcohol dependent, and 28% of those homeless people depend on other harmful chemicals. Oftentimes, addiction is a result of homelessness. Why do I say so? Because when an individual starts using substances, he tends to run away from home. Or when a woman is being abused, what does he do? He runs away from the maternal home, matrimonial home, and tends to substances. So it's a big link. There is a big link. According to one of the renowned psychologists, I'm sure you can echo that, Dr. Genda, Abraham Maslow, he developed the hierarchy of needs to explain human motivation. In this theory, he suggested that people have got a number of basic needs that must be met before people move up the hierarchy to pursue more social, emotional, and self-actualization needs. What is the needs? So we'll have a look. I think they moved my slide. Can I? Yeah. That's the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you look at the basic needs, air, shelter, water, sleep, clothing, reproduction. Can I pause and ask, which of those is only free in this? It's air. So we see where we are failing as a nation. It's only air that we don't pay for. The rest we pay for. Clothing we pay. Water you pay. Sleep.
Deprived.
It's deprived. You also pay for your sleep, isn't it? So, it's a cause for a concern that if you don't have a home, a stable shelter, it's a problem. It's a big problem. It's one of the basic needs that is needed. That makes you, that defines who you are. Right, let us look at the causes. In South Africa, in our country. There is increase in unemployment. There is also lack of affordable housing. There is social disintegration. There is lots of change in social and economic policies lately. And there is also dysfunctional interpersonal relationships, which can also cause to all the problems that we are facing currently right now. Now let us have a look at this, which is currently happening. I'm an unemployed young man or woman. I've lost my house, or never had one, because of the problems that we're facing as a country. I've applied for a special grant, which is even too little to cover, because even ShopRite doesn't give you the basic needs for 350, we can all agree. So, I got retrenched before reaching pension years, and I got little or no retrenchment package to take home to feed a family of 2, 3, 4 other kids for at least 6 months to a year. What does that give me as a man of the house? Already I'm stressed. And that stress, I'm going to take it to the next person. Can you imagine? So, social and economic policies are also not favorable to me, because I haven't reached an age where I can apply for pension umtende. Angafiki 60 years or 65 years for men. So, what do I do now? That's the biggest challenge as a man. I cannot depend on other people, because our society now is not welcoming for extended families. Gone are the days where we will take care of my great-great-grandchildren, my father, my mother. Those days are gone. So what do I do now? The end result, because of frustration, because of everything that I'm facing, disappointments, and every other thing, I turn to drugs or alcohol for comfort. That's the entry point. Many men, if you ask them when they come to our center, what's the reason of you abusing or taking substances? The answer is, I wanted to relieve stress. And in the end, stress was not relieved. Hence, I always say to my clients, drinking doesn't drown your sorrows. Instead, it irrigates your sorrows. For those that have done geography, they know how an irrigation scheme works. I'm not going to dwell much on that. So, you drink, you use drugs. Now the bond is not being paid. The kids are not being fed. The wife is not being taken care of. So the end result, you lose the house. You can't even go to your own mother for shelter. You can't even go back home because of shame and guilty. What will I do now? I'll go to the streets. The streets are hard. Life in the streets are hard. It's a very, very painful life to live in the streets. I'm sure you have seen it. Many of us drive through the streets of Joburg. You have seen how our street men, I don't call them street kids because some of them, they are men. Our street women. And once you are there, in order for you to survive, you've got to take drugs. Why? Because the drugs are going to to give you the power, the zeal, the energy to survive, so that you can be able to deal with the issues of street life. And in the interim again, you are there to suppress the emotions that you are going through at that point in time. So, no shelter, substances come into being. Alcohol and drugs will change your behavior. That is a non-factor, because those are mind-altering substances. And I'm sure yesterday I listened to my colleague from online. He was pinpointing about mental health issues, which is a huge challenge. And the challenge that we are facing as rehab centers is that at times the person comes to you at an advanced stage of psychosis, which we usually call substance-induced psychosis. But at this point in time, you cannot treat this individual because you've got to treat the primary condition first before you can attend to the latter. The primary will be psychosis, which is caused by substances. And then when you send the person to healthy facilities, they are being pushed from pillar to post, which is one of the challenges, and they end up coming back. But you say, what am I going to achieve if this person is not stable mentally? Because if they need therapy, they're not going to gain anything if they are unstable mentally. So it's a cause for a concern. Right. If I had shelter, would I have thought of drugs? Would I have thought of the street? Would I have thought of alcohol? Or I would have remained a normal human being? So shelter is one of the most important things. On the flip side, people move away from their homes because of substance abuse, as I've said earlier on. No one, even here, no one would want to live with an addict. Somebody who is going to steal from you, somebody who is going to manipulate from you, somebody who is going to terrorize you emotionally and physically. I'm sure you know how many of our grannies have lost their lives to these youngsters who have robbed them of their belongings because of substance abuse. They run away due to the factors associated with their using, such as stealing, family abuse, etc. Once they get treated, that's where the issue of shelters comes into being, because you can't treat somebody and make him recover and put him back on the streets. It's something that is a cause for a concern. They will need shelter. But the problem is that families don't offer such. And then when they turn to shelters, the shelters say, no, we can't give you shelter unless and until we are satisfied that there is no substance abuse-related issues. So you see the link, colleagues. These are some of the factors generally that contribute to homelessness in our country and worldwide. Growing up in a homeless family, genetics of substance abuse, family abuse, which brings back us to GBV. And I'm sure yesterday most of the colleagues spoke about a kid being exposed to violence at a tender age. We are seeing quite a number of that in our center, whereby I started using because my father was an alcoholic, and it appeared it was normal for me to use substances. Maladaptive coping mechanisms to stress is one of the causes. Co-occurring disorders, this is where we are talking of your bipolar, your schizos, your psychosis, because psychosis comes in two forms. Psychosis can be a symptom as well as can be a condition on its own. So these are the things that contribute to that. Early use of substance abuse, being exposed at a tender age, can also be the cause of homelessness, because you run away to fend for yourself because your mama cannot stand you stealing from him or her all the time, so he's going to chase you away. Physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. Back again to GBV. That's the major cause. Running away from home, as I have said. In conclusion, if one does not have shelter, he or she is nobody. If one is nobody, he or she goes nowhere. Anger, frustration, and disappointment of being nobody and finding yourself nowhere will indeed make an individual turn to substances as a way of comforting or coping with the stresses of life. Yes, the end result is homelessness, which is often substance abuse, and substance abuse also can contribute to homelessness. So there is a great link between the two. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you can just remain here, sir, so that I can take comments from the floor. Questions? Any questions in terms of substance abuse and the link? There we go. Can someone just help me with an open mic? And you'll also advise if there are comments from the online, if there's questions, eh? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lovely presentation. Most of our shelters are focused on gender-based violence. When we add drugs to the mix in our shelters, it creates immense problems in terms of behavior, in terms of stress. And I'm just wondering if, and it's probably more of a comment than a suggestion, whether we could not look at a step down once they've been through the program and are completely rehabilitated, to give them an opportunity to establish themselves again, because we help a lot with skills development and the likes. I'm just wondering if that's not a scope for us perhaps to look at in terms of helping the drug user or the rehabilitated user then to get on her feet in our shelters. But for us to take in a drug user without being skilled, without the training, without the nurses, without the staff, it's impossible. That's my take on that.
Thank you very much. Maybe my brother wants to assist there. I think, oh yes, got a question. I think that's the challenge that we're facing, because many times when an individual has been rehabilitated, we struggle to find shelters for them. And they end up going back on the street. That's a thing that we should try and work together and network together to see how we can forge ahead regarding this, because that has been one of our biggest challenges that we are facing, to say What do we do now? This person has got no family. The family has rejected them. They don't want him back. And then when you look for shelters, you find that no, the shelters will tell them that no, they cannot accommodate him because he's got a family. So that's one of the issues that we are dealing with. I'm sure my colleague Joshna can help me there, if you can give her the mic.
Okay. I think our problem is that, Papa, we do come to you guys, you help us with them, and we send them to a rehab. The challenge that we're having is that our shelter is not a very big shelter. As much as we are giving them skills when they come back from the rehab, the problem that we are having is that when we send them to these rehabs, it's only 6 weeks. When they come back, they still have the craving for the drugs. And now when somebody still have the craving and has got nothing else to do, they will go back again to drugs. I think the most important thing that maybe government needs to help with is to make sure that these kids, when they come back from the rehab, there's something to do for them. Because we will keep giving them the skill. What are they going to use their skills for if there's nothing to go to? There's no jobs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. I think one of the most important when it comes to a rehab program is aftercare. Aftercare has been found to be very, very crucial in terms of rehabilitating a substance user, because that's where they begin to face the realities of life. That's where they begin to make the necessary adjustments. So during that processes of making the necessary adjustments, they need to continue coming into our aftercare program so that we can monitor and help them through dealing with those challenges. But most of them, you find that they don't want to come for the aftercare program, of which we cannot force an individual to do that. It's by choice. Although we give them a compulsory treatment to say, for at least 1 year, we have to walk this path with you. My saying to them is that in my years of working in the medical field, I've always joked with them that give me a baby who is born today, who starts teething today, who starts crawling today, who starts crying today, and who starts running today. I'll run away from that maternity ward because it's impossible. So what I'm trying to say is that recovery also has got steps. And one of the steps is the aftercare. In the aftercare, that's where we encourage you to make the necessary changes, to say, this is who you are. These are the things that need to change. This is how you need to approach life from this day onwards. I know it's difficult. You don't have a stable job, but give yourself time to concentrate on finding who you are first before you can tackle all these other issues. I'm sure Dr. Denga will echo the same sentiments, because it's about finding who you are and make the necessary changes. Once you have done so, it becomes easier for you to embrace the recovery program. Hence, we always say recovery is not a race, because there is no reward at the end of your recovery. You are in recovery until you go 6 feet under, or until you go in the burning furnace of your cremation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Joy and others, I am just going to say that you know, just because we've got a presentation that must start at 12 o'clock, I want to have the next presentation, and then I'll allow time. I'll open the floor again for questions for the two speakers that's going to speak now, if that's okay with you. So thank you very much. So can we have our next speaker up, please? Thank you. Can I just, as an introduction, just introduce our speaker? It's Lisa Nel, who is the National Coordinator for Trans World Radio, Women of Hope South Africa. She's also the founder and director of National Wellness Centre South Africa. The purpose of the Wellness Centre is to encourage qualified counsellors and psychologists to donate at least 1 hour of their valuable time per week to counsel victims of domestic violence, human trafficking, and repeated trauma for free. And apart from the Women's Ministry at Trans World Radio, Lisa is also a prayer coordinator for Highway Ministry, a prayer ministry for the long distance and cross-border truck drivers of South Africa and Africa. The drivers often travel for days and weeks at a time and have families that stays behind when they are on the road to move our food and machinery to international countries and keep our economy booming. Highway Ministry also have a children's ministry and pray on the main highways of South Africa during peak seasons and school holidays. Lisa is the sales and marketing manager for a trans and logistic company in Gauteng, where they have various cold room facilities to keep fruits and vegetables at the preferred temperatures before loading for the export market. Despite of the many activities and interests that Lisa has, she mentions her relationship with the Most High God and the time she spends in His Word as the highlight of her life, and wish that every broken-hearted would find comfort in our Creator and experience the way that He demonstrated His love for her throughout the years. Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you.
I can almost say amen, so I'm done. Good morning, everybody. It's a privilege for me to speak to you today. And yes, I can summarize myself as saying that I have a love for the people of God. Doesn't matter who you are, where you grew up, God gave us life. And that is my reason for being involved in all these ministries and having the opportunity to talk to you today. Every spirit that is born on earth comes to this world very excited because they were made between a man and a woman who made love, and they also expect to experience the same love that they were created with when they are born here on earth. Sad to say that many little babies are born in a household of violence, in a household where there is no love at all and often no direction. Also, we experience that this little spirit is sometimes forced to open their eyes in a refuse bin between all the rubbish that we throw away. And that is the reason for the South African National Wellness Centre of South Africa. I'm the founder thereof because I just feel that it has been enough. If we do not do something about this in our beautiful country that God gave us, then nothing will change and we all will perish. Is that truly what we want people that come to our world to experience? Is the hatred and evil of mankind? And that is our opportunity in the Wellness Centre to demonstrate the difference. God gave us life. There is no spirit other than He that can speak a word and create a world. God is the creator, irrespective of your language, your gender, or the country that you are born in. And He wants us to remember that today. So the National Wellness Centre looks after people spiritually, physically, mentally, and medically. And I want to encourage everybody that has a minute of your time free to reach out to the brokenhearted to connect with us, because we want to make a difference in our country. I always say that South Africa is paradise. God gave us this beautiful country with the elephants and with the, if you call Africa, with the elephants, the lions, tigers, who knows what, fruit and veg, more than what we can eat. If we direct that correctly, nobody should be hungry when they go to bed at night. So if you have a spare minute of your qualified time, we need that minute for these broken souls that are born in South Africa. Trauma and repeated trauma. It is so sad to say, and when I worked on this message for you today, I thought about it again. Trauma is something that we actually created a picture in our minds to say that it's connected to a road accident or something terrible that happened in your life once in a lifetime. But traumatic trauma and repeated trauma happens in the lives of our children every day. They grow up with this traumatic events day by day by day. And if I could say that events happen somewhere out of the household, of their family, immediate family, then that would be nice. But we can't say that, because this trauma are they experiencing inside the family house, where children are supposed to be safe and to connect to their parents. So repeated trauma happens in the lives of a spirit that are born from the time that they are born, and sometimes even before they are born. People want to connect. That is an automatic instinct of every human being. And when this child is born, I hope you can keep up with my speech, but when this child is born, they normally, naturally connect to the parents. But when the parents are not there, then that little spirit seeks somebody or something to connect to. Children, they like to connect to the important people, the adults in their life. But when they do not connect, because their parents are too busy to talk to them, or they are emotionally unavailable, sometimes the parents are angry all the time or stressed all the time. The parents have mood swings, so that child does not know whether they can connect or trust that connection with the parents, because sometimes they are angry, other times cruel, other times friendly, and that makes a child insecure even in their own parent house. Children learn to connect with people, learn that connection with people equals pain and hurt. So what they do then is they choose in their subconscious mind not to connect to anybody. That leads to broken trust. Trust is a natural instinct. We can see that at children. They trust you before they even think. And then these children cannot trust their own parents. Although they forgive easily, they lose their innocence when they are continuously let down. And in most cases, then they lose hope or trust in all adults and all people. This trauma that a little spirit experiences in their family house can break the trust that they have in people for all their lives. After broken trust, they learn that truth must be compromised. Because when a child cries for help, when a child speaks the truth and they get a negative reaction, we as adults train them that you should not speak the truth. Rather keep quiet, or rather change the truth to fit the circumstances. Secrets that are not discussed in a household teach these children that you cannot come out with the traumatic circumstances that you face every day, because nobody talks about it. And when they talk about it, the reaction is so negative that they rather decide willfully that they will not ever tell anybody the truth of what is happening to them. We also have another traumatic event for children, and that is when their needs are not met. We have basic needs, as our previous speaker pointed out. But when a child expresses that needs by crying or by talking to you and you don't hear or listen, when nobody resolves that need that the child has, or even hear that they have that need, that child learns by us that whatever they need is not important, that need are never going to be fulfilled. And what it teaches the child is to give up to need something so seriously that they decide, I will not need anything, I will not need anybody, I will not need anything in my life. And therefore, what they tell themselves then is that I do not want anything, and then they denies their needs. The little spirit gets disconnected to the physical, actual needs that they are created to have. The outcome of a brain that denies the needs is that it disconnects to the body and disconnects emotionally. They are later on not even aware of the needs that they have for their body, for their soul, or their minds. Now they go to extra measures to kill this sense of need. They become unaware of their needs, and they become tuned in, and that is serious, when they do not see that they are actually in need for something, but they become hypersensitive for the needs of other people. And if you look around, even at our workplaces today, we have a lot of adults that will rather help to solve the problems of other people than focusing on the needs that they have. And that is because in their household it started off, and while they grew up, they learned that whatever they need is not important to anybody. So maybe they should not have a need. Maybe whatever they feel or what they need is not important, or it is wrong. This results in a fantasy world for children. Children that are born in a no-war zone. It means that it's a quiet household, as we see every day, nothing wrong except that there is no parents to talk to listen to what they have to say, what they go through in their lives, and also there is nobody that they can bounce off their thoughts and their feelings. That children learn to create a world for themselves through the talents that they have. So they will invest in something like drawing or reading, listening music, building doll houses, and anything that they enjoy to be able to escape from this world. But then we get the child that live in a war zone. What I mean by that is that the circumstances in their house is difficult. There's always a physical fight. I don't want to say mom eats dad, but which way around, doesn't matter, whichever way. But the child grew up in a household where there's physical violence, where there's words that hurts people and break down your character, and then they want to escape from this circumstances where they are abused, but then these traumatic circumstances help them or force them to create a fantasy world for themselves where everything is perfect and where there is no harm. The sadness of this is that that child, if they do not have the talent to play a piano or to create something with their hands, they create a world that disconnects them from reality. And in that way, they act, they speak, they do things that are not reliable, that are not physically in this world acceptable, because they live in a world that is in their minds. And that we often get, that a child or even an adult, when you look at them, you see them, but they are not actually connected to the real circumstances that they face every day. To them, it is not that bad to go to jail for something that they did. To them, they do not realize the consequences or the seriousness of the consequences of the actions that they perform. Then spiritually, many people who are abused or neglected pray for God. What a sad situation when they are raped, when they are in a situation that they absolutely just cannot face. They call out to their Creator because that little spirit knows where he's coming from. And then this prayer, continuous calling out is not answered. And this teaches the child that God either does not exist or that it's not important to have a relationship with God. Or they learn that to believe in God is not worth the action. And then when a little spirit knows that their Creator does not hear their voice, does not respond to their requests, it means that God does not love them. And to also lose the love of your Creator is the most traumatic experience that a little spirit can have. Because we do not create ourselves. And if you are not wanted by the one who gave you life, where should you go to? Once an abused person feels that God is not responding to their cry, they doubt the importance of a relationship with Him, and they do not ask God for help ever again in their lives. Now we have a child in the house that do not have parents, that do not have a Creator, that do not have anything to reach out to, and now they lose hope. As a child, the abused hopes that things will get better if they try harder. Don't you recognize that? You try harder. If somebody rejects you, you work for that relationship. Why do we do it? Why don't you just turn your back? But they work harder to get that acceptance from whoever, it doesn't matter who, and then they do not get that. When they realize that nothing, whatever they do, will help for this painful situation, and that the situation stays, then that child goes out on the streets. Because what they see in their own minds now is that they will make their lives better by leaving house or home and going onto the streets and help themselves. But now they are convinced that they will make their lives better. And they realize that it's actually worse outside of the household. That is then when this child totally lose hope and try and fix this problem with something else that they can connect to. Sadly, when they leave house, they get introduced to drugs if they were not introduced to that before leaving the house. They ask themselves questions. Who in the world cares for me? Why bother to care anymore? and then they give up. When a child loses everything that they dreamed for, they also lose their dreams and they give up. They just struggle to survive. Now my question is this morning, what do we do to help this little spirit to survive? We provide shelters in South Africa. We provide food. We have clothes that we can clothe the spirit with. But the question is, spiritually, what do we do to help the spirit to survive? Because the body can be clothed. The body can have food. But the spirit also needs the same food. The importance of connection is broken down in the house already. When the child does not commit or connect to the parents, it means they need something else to connect to. Often it is bad friends because they get acceptance there. Then it can be drugs because drugs make them forget about the real circumstances. Some people connect to food. They eat a lot. They eat everything and it makes them feel better. They can also connect to alcohol, to gangs, because in a gang situation they are one of many. They connect to violence. It makes them feel better. Or some of them to abuse. Either they are abused and they find comfort in that, or they abuse other people and that makes them feel wanted and better. Others connect to sex. And that is where the structures of human trafficking is so difficult to break down. We need to go back and ask ourselves, if we look at the physical needs of people, who of us help this little spirit to also heal spiritually? To avoid this to happen with our children in South Africa, we must make a U-turn from the road that we are on. We need to return to the Creator and to the manual that He gave us on how to raise children and what these children need to survive, how to maintain them, and how to fix them. God gave us His Word. So as a National Wellness Center, focus also on the words, I want to put the S there, the words that the Creator spoke when He gave us His guideline on how to live. When you buy a fridge or you buy a very expensive vehicle, it comes with a manual. In the same way, this little baby comes with a manual, and we need to read this manual and study it. Sad to say that many of us, although we have the manual with us, do not ever read that anymore. God wants to challenge South Africa and whoever is listening to me to become involved, to also provide these little children and adults with a manual and with teachings and training on how to survive spiritually. The word says, man does not live by bread alone, but a man lives of every word that God speaks. If you want to get involved, you're welcome to contact us and talk to us to become involved in the structures that you already have and look after our children spiritually. As I said, we cover all aspects of the human being: spiritual, physical, mental, medical. If you want to help, contact me for that.
Thank you very much, Melissa, for your presentation. Like I've said, we'll take questions, after the next presentation, because our next presenter is, needs to go online teaching. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and Mariam, if you can just indicate if the next speaker is ready. Our next speaker is Dr. Gustav Walfart, and he's an internal medicine specialist with postgraduate qualifications in higher education and management. After leaving academia, he served as the first South African health attaché in Geneva, tasked with normalizing South Africa's international health relations. In 1997, under the auspices of the South African Medical Association, he established the FPD, a private institution of higher education with a mission to catalyze social change through developing people, strengthening systems, and providing innovative solutions. FPD, or the Foundation for Professional Development, offers a range of qualifications up to master's degrees level and short courses with a focus predominantly on the health sector. Today, FPD has trained more than 550,000 professionals and managers from more than 45 countries in Africa and provided more than 750 million in subsidized education. So FPD's research focus is on HIV, TB, mental health, and implementation sciences. FPD also undertakes large system strengthening processes or programs in the health sector, focusing on HIV, TB, GBV, that has supported more than 1 million people living with AIDS to access treatment. FPD's current priority area is on improving mental health and access to mental health services. So Dr. Gustav Walfart will now do his presentation virtually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just verify you can hear me and you can see my slides?
Yes, we can. We
Thank
can see you.
And I apologize for not being there in person, but there was a bit of a movement around programs. So, as you know, I am not a psychiatrist, so my approach to this is as a health manager. And what I want to look at is how do we really reduce burnout and what can we do in our organizations to create an environment that's conducive to mental well-being. So if you've got a chat function or if you just want to do it for yourself, just think at the moment, how do you feel? Tired, worried, depressed, angry, happy, motivated, excited? This is a little snap survey that we run in our organization every now and then. And what really concerned us was watching how the mood in the organization shifted to the negative as we proceeded through the COVID pandemic. And what we also found is that burnout was increasing enormously. And here's a little survey tool. You can just go and Google Oldenburg Burnout Inventory, and it's free, it's online, but it's a very effective tool to rank your own risk for burnout and also to rank that of any employees that might be working for you. We know that as a country we are hugely traumatized. So on the World Mental Wellbeing Report, we are right at the bottom, right? So overall mental well-being, we are the only surveyed 34 countries, but amongst those 34 countries, we were the one that was doing the worst, and we were doing the best with distress and struggling. So globally, we know that there is now a mental health pandemic. It's always been problematic before the coronavirus pandemic, but it's shot through the roof. And we know that we are not well-resourced in South Africa to deal with common mental health issues. So we've got really good infrastructure in place to deal with serious mental health issues through psychiatric hospitals. But at the community level, there's very limited care. And that's where organizations like yours play such a critical role, because you are in the community and you are from the community and you provide an essential service. The problem is we've got a big problem and we can't ignore it. It is over and apart from the human suffering, it also has a massive impact on our economy. So just anxiety, stress, and depression annually costs our economy about 170 to 200 billion rands. That is a huge amount of money. And Professor Melvin Freeman, who's one of my colleagues, I think summarized it why there needs to be a call to action, because he said we not only have a moral imperative, but we also have an economic imperative to improve access to mental health care. And this is where my organization is focusing, and I'll show you a bit later, but we're really trying to create a national movement to address mental health care. But coming more specific, or coming back to the specific subject of this talk, is looking at burnout. I think what is really important is to understand that burnout is a real medical condition. It's categorized as such by the World Health Organization, and what they show us is that the factors that lead up to burnout is actually mostly environment related. So there are factors that are within our control if we reorganize how organizations work. And just having self-help solutions and mindfulness and meditation, all things that are really important, but who will not solve this problem. What we also know is that as we move to a remote work environment, it substantially contributed to the stress and the burnout. And as we're now returning back to work, and we know that there's lots of pressure often from employers to get people who've been working remotely for the last 2 years to come back to the office, we see there's a big disconnect in terms of what executives want and what employees want. And that this has triggered a lot of people resigning, but it's also causing a lot of stress and burnout. And we know that most of the reasons that executives are putting on the table about why they want everybody back in the office really is not substantiated by any evidence. We do know that there are some concerns about staff morale, and they are legitimate because we are social beings, we need to interact. And there are legitimate concerns of maintaining big office campuses, but this is across the world. And what we've also seen, which I think is very positive in lots of countries, including South Africa, is that these big office blocks are now being converted into affordable housing. Because we are never probably going to return to a model where everybody works in the office at the same time. The worst reason for forcing people to come back to the office is if it's linked to the ego of the executives who want to be seen to be in positions of power. We do know that productivity went up, and that's why employees are not particularly keen to go back. People who work in open plan offices really appreciate the confidentiality and the quietness of working at home. We know commuting costs have gone up, and we know that after school care is a problem. So just coming back to so we can see both the pandemic and the post-pandemic period is really driving, and our adaptation to it is driving stress and burnout. And the most common thing is Zoom fatigue. Right, so the more we spend time on screen, the more we see ourselves, and we don't particularly like seeing ourselves such a lot. And it's generated a huge amount of concern with people about their own self-image. And we've seen Botox and fillers and aesthetic medicine. There's been a huge demand of it. What we then did is after a while, we started switching off our cameras, but then we multitask, which is really bad. We also got into a bad habit of doing back-to-back virtual meetings. So you jump from one meeting to another meeting and there's no separation between them. And that also causes stress because the way we programmed, we need activity to have a beginning and an end. And traditionally that was just walking between meetings, going into another meeting room. So multitasking, I touched on, really bad for us. So if you are working remotely and you're on a video call, don't go and try and do your emails at the same time. So what can you do to address risk and burnout in your organization? I think the first thing is to look at workload. What we've seen is that there are some people who've really worked incredibly hard to keep their organizations afloat during the pandemic, but there's also some people who abuse the situation of working from home and did the bare minimum. So we need to have a solid workload for our own mental health. It should match our capacity. We must be able to do it, but we need time for rest and recovery. And you can't do that if you overloaded the whole time. And it's interesting that studies done by the World Health Organization has shown that especially if men work very long hours early in their career, it literally kills them as they go older. So that balance between work and your private life is really critical. And again, something you've got to watch out is for toxic productivity. Something you often hear somebody say, well, that person will die trying, but sometimes they try so hard that they die. And what we've seen with this big resignation where where companies try and force people to come back to the workplace, some of the more skilled people resign and their posts don't get replaced. So in the end, the remaining workers absorb more and more work because they committed to the organization. They want to make it happen. But there's another group. So those are the ones at risk of what I call toxic productivity. But the other group has been designated as the quiet resignation. So these are the people who come back to the office, but they do nothing. So it's the people who pitch up, go and sit outside, have a cup of coffee, chat to their friends, and 2 hours into the work, they haven't actually done anything. Other risk factors that you really need to look at is the skills of your staff to cope with this really rapidly evolving work environment and with the embedded stress in those environments. So there is a real disconnect in terms of the ability of people to deal with burnout. And they just have what we found, and we've got a big project looking at this, is that stigma and self-stigma is such a big issue that people don't want to talk about their stress and their burnout. And if you can encourage an environment where people are open about this, it will help enormously. The second factor you can look at is look at the community that your people are working in. So it needs to be, your workplace needs to be a supportive community. We need to be able to trust each other, and it needs to boost morale. So what really creates risk factors in the community aspect is poor communication. If we're not talking to people, and especially if we're not listening to them. And then, as I said earlier, the lack of psychosocial support. Lots of companies that I work with say, don't worry about this. We've got an employee assistance program. People, if they've got problems, can just call a call center. But what we also found when we started looking is that only about 4% of employees will ever reach out to the call center. So in other words, it's a completely inadequate response. And it really is up to you in your organizations to start thinking about what does it look like to ensure adequate support. We all need to socialize, so it's important that we create opportunities for people to socialize. And it really is important that we ensure that people feel that they've got control over their environment. So the stuff that in a work environment drives burnout is if you lack autonomy, or if you don't have enough resources to do your job, or if you've got very little say on things at the work that impact on your personal life. So, for example, being called into meetings after hours or expected to work over weekends. There's been a lot of pressure on employees because the economy is bad, because organizations are struggling to survive, that we ask people to do more than what we actually have contracted them to do. And it's really critical that we get rid of this 24 hours, 7 days a week availability concept that evolved in the beginning of the pandemic. In an emergency situation, it is really important that people are available. But as we've now learned to live with the coronavirus, it's time for us to start making sure that people actually have a balance between their office and their home life. And one of the things we do in our organization is we have, for example, days designated that we do no virtual meetings. And we also have a policy of not sending emails or WhatsApp to our staff after hours. It is worthwhile to understand how that environment is and how employees feel, and if now, especially as they spend more time at the office, whether they feel that they are supported. And again, I would strongly recommend that you survey people, but if you survey them and they point out problems, you have to address them. Otherwise, it would be just safer not to even ask them their opinion. And in that same context, stick to office hours. Everybody needs to be able to close their door on their work. So if you're working, if you, like most organizations, have managers in hybrid working environments, working from home and from the office, they also need to draw a line under the day at the end of the day. So set an alarm, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, get up, tidy up your work environment and walk out of the space that you've been working. If you use a common area like a lounge to work, it's also important that you then restore that lounge back to its normal usage. And I've talked about multitasking. The other thing that we found that is extremely interesting is that some people have started creating a fake commute. So even if they're working at home, they are still getting into the car and driving around the block and then just drive back to home, or they walk around the block. But what we found is that people, for their own mental well-being, needs to really have a time to reflect and have some closure on the day, or even going to work in the morning, making some time to think about. One of the last factors I want to quickly touch on is reward. So it really is important that people are rewarded for the work they do and that they acknowledge for the work that they are busy doing. Sorry, people, my computer suddenly went strange. So it's got to be legitimate recognition. It can't be just a generic shout out to everybody, but thank them in person. Please thank them through emails, thank them through a shout out in a meeting to a specific person, but try and make it personalized and try and acknowledge the people who are pulling their weight, and make sure that in everything that you do, that you're fair. You have to ask yourself, who are the people getting away with murder? Who are the people who are talkers and not doers? And create a list and start addressing it, but also acknowledge your unsung heroes. And the last thing to touch on is make sure you live your values. What we've seen that's causing huge stress is where there's a disconnect between the values that the organization put forward, but also the values that the employees can see are being lived by the leadership. So there is a lovely report on the state of moral leadership, and what it said in essence is there's a high demand for moral leadership, but there is a shortage in supply. So you cannot afford to turn a blind eye to infringements of values, and you especially can't do that if it is among senior people. So in conclusion from my side, if you are a manager, start addressing burnout in your work environment. Please do not ignore it if you see signs, because the next step from burnout is post-traumatic stress disorder. And this is really, really a big problem, especially in the environment that you are working in. You guys are doing an incredibly tough job, and you cannot provide care and empathy for other people if you can't look after yourself. And what we've also seen in healthcare is that if people progress from burnout to post-traumatic stress disorder, it's difficult for them to recover, but if they recover, they never go back to the environment where they worked before. They go and find an environment that doesn't have the same triggers. So your intensive care nurse if they burn out and develop PTSD, will eventually come back to nursing, but they'll never come back to the intensive care environment. If you personally need professional help, please don't delay. One of the things we've learned is that because stigma and self-stigma, very few South Africans stick up their hand and say, I'm depressed. But what they do say is, I'm tired. And as far as I'm concerned, tired has become code for depression. So you need to be honest with yourself and realize it's okay not to be okay, and reach out and get help if you need it. If we can help you, we have started this movement, Masiviwe. Go and look at the website or look for us on social media. There are a lot of resources. There's lots of educational material there. And then we've also started a South African mental health conference. The first one will take place 17 and 18 April next year in Gauteng. And it's similar to the AIDS and the TB conferences. This is big events. We anticipate to have about 1,000 to 1,500 people there. That stretches across from people with lived experience all the way through to academics, policymakers, civil society organizations. But it's all in an effort to start creating a movement in South Africa that will, over the next few years, dramatically improve the access and resources available to deal with mental health. Thank you very much for the opportunities to spend time with you. And if you need to contact me, please, there is my email. If you want to know more about the foundation, there's our website. I will talk to your leadership. We've been engaging with them. We really want you to participate in the conference. We'll make sure that there are some scholarships available for that. And please keep on doing the phenomenal work you're doing. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walfart. I just hope you've got a minute or two for a few questions. Can you indicate if you've got 5 minutes? Thank you very much. So what Thank you very much. What we'll do now is we'll take questions from Dr. Walfart as well as from the other two speakers that we didn't take the questions of, and then we'll go for lunch. Questions? The roving mic Diane has. I've got a hand here in front. Diane? Puti. So Diane is walking with a mic, and we'll take the first question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My question is for the last speaker. I just wanted to know that we always have like your everyday stress, and obviously with the pressure, and it's non-stop most of the time. How do you know when you should be worried, when it really becomes maybe burnout, or when should I really be worried? Because sometimes you can't really change the situation at work because it's continuous stress, and you are always just under pressure. But then when should I be worried, and where should I really reach out and ask for help? I think that's my question.
Thank you very much. It's a lovely question. So there's good stress and bad stress. So lots of us operate very well if we are under pressure. The problem is we then start getting addicted. And it really is an addiction where you get addicted to adrenaline. So some people then start, and you've met them all. Instead of working proactively, they leave things to the last minute because that generates that energy to get stuff done. So for me, that's always the first warning sign. If you can't get things done unless you're under huge pressure, it probably means that you're developing an urgency addiction. The second part really is what I mentioned earlier. Go and Google the Oldenburg burnout index and just rank yourself on that. So it gives you different categories and it starts saying to you, here it is okay, but now you're starting to have abnormal stress, and then it starts warning you when you're getting close to burnout, and it will show you when you get to burnout. So because so much of the way we work is and what we experience is subconsciously, I tend to do this survey for myself about once a month. I just go and do it. It takes you 5 minutes and you can see where your score is. And obviously, if you see you're going to that unhealthy stress, then it's time to sit back and think, okay, what can I do to help myself? The most valuable skill you can teach yourself is time management. Separate thing, but I promise you, for me, it is as long as I practice time management skills, I can get through a very busy day, and there is this sense of control. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you very much. I've got a hand here in front.
Yes, there are hands, but
Okay.
Mine is referred to as a legacy one.
Can we, Boetie, if yours is a legacy one, can we do the questions for Dr. Walfart first, and then we take the next one?
Maybe let me say for Dr. Walfart, it's just a comment. I think this is a very good case for the trauma-informed care in our organizations, focusing not only on the recipients of services, but also for the members of staff. And because you see, Dr. Walfart speaks from the, I think, corporate type, and maybe we should not make a mistake of thinking, well, this is meant for, corporate, companies and not, NGOs and CBOs and, so this really makes a good case for trauma-informed care. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for Dr. Walfart? Dr. Walfart, it looks like, your presentation was really well received, and I can already see that people are looking at, the Oldenburg burnout survey. There was lots of laughter in the room as you were presenting. So thank you very much, and thanks very much. We are looking forward to engage with you further. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful meeting. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you. Right, now the floor is open, and the legacy hand I'll take.
Okay.
Boetie.
All right, thanks. I think, to Nishtara, link between substance abuse and sheltering, Mr. Mandla Chuma. I think my question is around, the substances being used by traffickers to control victims, especially those that are trafficked in the sex industry. And I think there's need for, I'm not sure if Nishtara has ever, dealt with a trafficked, a victim of trafficking, as one of their clients. Yes, but there's need for assistance, for those, that kind of, that group of clients. Need for assistance, why? Because soon after identification, victims have to be placed before even shelters. There's need for medical attention, and because being forced into use of substances, that also leads to mental health problems. And yes, so maybe I'm sure Nishtara can advise there. And also for Lisa. I just wanted, it's a comment, I think, traumatized children becoming vulnerable to traffickers. We've got, examples of, young girls that are said to have run away from home into the hands of traffickers, in places like Sunnyside. And, I think it is very, very important, it's like to prevent, as another way of preventing, the trafficking of people especially children, to ensure that there's intervention in families, intervention in families and supporting children, improving relations between children and parents, because it is parents that can assist us, to prevent children from going into the streets and ending up, in the hands of traffickers. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got a hand there, and then I had Zubaida and Joy's hand. And if our presenters can just note down the questions, and then you can respond.
Thank you, Program Director. Okay, so my comment is for the link between sheltering and substance abuse, question. I just wanted to say to Mr. Mandla, not that we don't want to take in people who come from rehab. Our shelters, like Umam Babra said, from Time for Change, it's a 6 weeks program, and then they come back and they still have cravings. And our shelters are usually centered in the inner city of Johannesburg, where you could literally stretch your hand and get any drug you want. So it really defeats the whole purpose for somebody who's coming out of rehab and who's idling and has nothing to do. Chances are they will definitely relapse. So we don't obviously want to be part of them relapsing and going back into the system. So maybe it is homework for how do we then get shelters where they can transition from rehab, and maybe the shelters can be away from where they can stretch their hand and buy drugs. And like you said, recovery takes steps. Recovery is a process. So maybe we should look at those interventions, because it's really hard to take somebody who's coming straight out of rehab and put them in the middle of Uville, where they can buy their drugs alongside Amagwinya. Also, number 2, Lisa, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to find out, so for people who are non-believers, is there a intervention for them? I mean, I listened to a presentation, I loved it, but the emphasis is really on spiritual, which will then eliminate a lot of people who will miss the mark, because you do such amazing work, and some people are not really spiritually inclined or don't believe in God and believe in another higher power. So is there another intervention which is not so focused on Jesus?
Thank you. And then I've got Joy's hand up.
Thank you. Mine is more of a comment, and this relates to Mr. Schuma's presentation on the link between sheltering and substance abuse. Most of us in the room are providing shelter for survivors of abuse and gender-based violence. And so the issue of homelessness has always been an issue, because a lot of us receive, the funding that we receive from DSD comes from the Victim Empowerment Program. And so we know, and you illustrated that, the social ills that happen and the high unemployment rate that takes place. And so we can only take in women with recent experiences of violence and abuse, and not homelessness. And the comment for me and the issue is that we need to take this up, because we have women and children who are on the street homeless, and if they are found on the street, the children are placed in safety, and the family is broken up as a result of that. And because there is no spaces for women and children who find themselves homeless. And this is really a challenge that we need to put on the table and have discussions about.
Thank you. Any other, one more hand, and then, Zubaida, are you sorted? Okay. Can I then get responses from our facilitators? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuti. You are grilling me. I think in terms of trafficking, yes, in the previous clinic where I was working, I did come across one client who was trafficked, but I think the matter was handled accordingly by my boss, where the case was dealt with accordingly with all the parts that were involved followed. And I happened to meet the person 5-10 years after. The good part is that she's clean, she's sober and doing quite well. And she remembered me, but I couldn't remember her because over the 20 years I've come across quite a number of them. But she said, no, I remember you came and fetched me in Randburg in one of the hotels there. And then I said, no, but I cannot recall. But as we talked about, she told me her whole story, and then I tend to remember about it. But I know the reasons why the traffickers use substances is to numb emotions, to block their memories so that they can not be in a space to recall the events of what is happening and what transpires. So they use drugs so that even when they happen to be found, they are not going to pinpoint to the perpetrator to say, this was my pimp, this was so and so, because some of the stuff that they use actually blocks their memory and they cannot be able to recall the events of what is happening. And the sad part of it is that this drug is still popularly used in our nightclubs. It's called the rave drug, which blocks your memory and it erases completely. They spike it in your drink. Once you take that drug, you are not even going to recall a single event that happened on that night. That's how deadly it is. So we encourage people to resist the temptation of taking that. But nevertheless, you can't be there 24/7. And then when it comes to the second question of shelter, yes, I fully understand that most of the shelters, they are centered in the CBD, which happens to be a hub of drug activity, which also becomes difficult. And to that, again, I can say, as a country, but I can't blame the government because the government has tried 100% to support whatsoever the project might come along. The private sector has got to come in. In my history of working in the substance abuse field, I've never seen an inpatient rehab center in Soweto, which is a cause for a concern. But yet, the number of clients that are coming from our African townships is massive. So that's one thing that we should look into it to say we have to try and put facilities that are going to be easily accessible to our people. And then it also brings us to what we normally call the 3 Ps, where we talk about people, places, and playthings. So if an individual is exposed to those areas, it's going to be difficult to rehabilitate such a person because he's still going to get drugs wherever he wants it. I know it's a challenge. I know the shelters that are around Johannesburg. I've visited some of them. I've worked with some of them in the past. So it's difficult because drugs are everywhere. I always say to my clients, drugs are around us. And one thing that I always say with drug addicts that they're very quick to picket another drug addict. I've asked them whether, do you have a magnet or do you have anything that you can say, this one I can ask for escape? And they say, no, it takes one. It takes a thief to know a thief. So even if I go to Cape Town, I will eventually know that this one is using. So it's one of those issues that is very, very difficult. I know it's a thorn in the flesh because you guys, you are funded. You cannot even choose where you want to put your shelter. You can't go to Northcliffe or you can't go to Sandton because the rates are going to be unaffordable. But in the long run, maybe we need to look at networking together to see it whether we can offer the aftercare services in your shelters if they need to be. And then we can work and see how best we can approach the situation, because we are in this together collectively, because at the end of it all, our job is to eradicate substance abuse in our society so that we can eradicate all other ills that follow after substance abuse. And then the last question, as she made a comment, it's also the same. It's difficult, I know, because you are only funded for women of abuse, but they've overlooked for the issue of women in substance abuse or youth in substance abuse. That's where the problem is. That's why you find out that we are having a vicious cycle where the person is in rehab, out of rehab, in rehab, out of rehab. So this also needs to be tabled later on, and then we can see how best we can work together. Thank you very much.
Can you reply, and then if you can be brief, right?
If I understand the question correct, that was directed to me. Is there any other aspect where you can become involved if you do not believe in Jesus? First of all, I want to say that I do not believe in Jesus, because Jesus was born the same than me and you. I believe in the Spirit that gave life. And his word says that he is the Spirit of life, the breath of life. The human being is created by him. We are created with certain needs for this body. We need to eat, we need to sleep, we need to dress up, and we need to show up. What we learned this morning is that everybody focus on the bodies that perish after 60 or 70 years. But a few of us are interested in the spirits that live forever. So our focus is not or does not involve any religion at all. I always say to my children, focus on the facts. The fact is that there is one creator. That creator has the ability to speak and create. He gave life to everything that exists. He says, those that know my name will be saved. It means that he has a name. He has an interest in you and me. He has a manual where he spoke with his own voice to say what we need to adhere to survive. Every sin that man commits kills your spirit. Everything that we do that breaks down and that disobey him kills your spirit. So if you want to make a difference in South Africa or in the world, we need to go back to the manual and to see, and I'm not referring to the Bible, I am referring to the words of the Spirit of life. Go and identify the words that he spoke. He said, you are not allowed to kill. You should not take the positions of other people that do not belong to you. You should not look with hungry eyes to women and take them for yourself, because he hates sin. He hates sin because it kills the spirit. So if you are interested in helping to let the spirits of the world survive this evil one, then you are welcome to contact me. I do not believe in a human being. We believe in the one and only God that spread his breath and gave life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all our presenters that presented this morning. It was really food for thought, and I'm sure, you know, we have a lot, that we could take in. We're going to break for lunch now, but before we break, I've got just a few announcements to make. And in the lovely folder that you all got, there was an evaluation form. And it was submit on day 1 and submit on day 2. Can we please make sure that you complete those evaluation forms and that you leave it at the front desk where Fauzia them are sitting. Then the second announcement is I'd like to request all NSM staff, the board and the Department of Social Development to, before we give you lunch, to first remain behind. We want to take a group photo. So before you leave for lunch, can you first stay, and then we'll leave, we'll go for lunch. So the evaluation form is very important. And then secondly, you know, DSD and NSM and board, if you can just remain behind so that we can take a group photo. Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Lunch is ready for the rest of the group. Can go to the dining room. We said 45 minutes for lunch. Thank you. So the group photo will be taken in front. something in your food that's going to give you lots of energy for the last session. Eh? So let us just be ready for the last session. So I have the pleasure of introducing, so there is a competition with short CVs or bios. This is a very short bio that Sibs gave me. She's an ex-teacher and a trainer at Discovery Health, a director at Falakela Lela Logistics. That one didn't sound right. Leader and financial officer for the hashtag the Total Shutdown Movement, Secretary to the Interim Steering Committee for GBVF in the Presidency, Secretary to the Interministerial Committee on GBVF, and she's presently the Director GBVF and Stakeholder Management in the Private Office of the President. So a warm welcome to you, Sibs, to come and do your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Bongile Mthembu, but I go by the name of Sibs. And I would appreciate if the room calls me Sibs. Sharon, are we good to go? My bio was short because I'm the behind-the-scenes girl. Those who know me, I'm never in the forefront. I'm always behind the scenes. So, Sharon, it's not going. Okay.
It is open.
It's not open. It is open. It is open. I don't know. Is this?
Yeah. No. Sorry.
Changed.
No, it changed the.
Yeah.
So that's yours.
Yeah.
Correct. But it's open now. Mariam, can you see it? Okay. It is. It is on presentation mode. This is slide 1. Can you see it? No? You can come see.
Let's get the screen.
You. But that's not my screen.
Let's give them a
She's
minute.
coming. It's on. Yeah. Just go back in here. Where?
I was requested to come and do a presentation on the NSP, and I thought I would add new slides that talks to where we're at now instead of just speaking generally on the NSP, because a lot of people have seen the presentation on the NSP. As you know, the President has called for a second presidential summit on GBVF that would be also held the 1st and the 2nd of November this year. In 2018, we had one after the total shutdown march, which was one of the demands by the hashtag the total shutdown movement, where they gave the President the 24 demands and asked for a sitting, which became a presidential summit. So we're having a second one, and I'll explain what is meant or planned for the second summit. Just a roadmap on where we are with GBV. Like we said, in 2018 there was a march. The march came about because from that year, around April, we started seeing a lot of young women being killed, a lot of children being raped. And on social media, a few people started discussing this, posting it, and saying what's happening. A few of us decided that we wanted to shut it down because we thought the state was not responding to some of the cries that were out there. Most of us in this room marched as well. There were 24 marches in total, 9 in the provinces, and some of the provinces that have asked, they asked for 2 or 3. We also had a march in Lesotho, Botswana, Netherlands, and Namibia. Those were people that thought that their countries are also going through a lot. Maybe they should join us in solidarity, but also marching for the women in their country. A set of demands were also shared with the president. The 24 demands, most of you have seen the 24 demands. They will also be presented again in the summit. The first demand was saying we needed the highest office in the country to be responsible in driving the aim or the project towards eradication of GBV. Hence, we refused to have it any other department lead on it but presidency. But because presidency doesn't implement, it was given to DOJ that year to put together a summit. As we speak now, our NSP is sitting with the Department of Women as a custodian. If you remember those who marched and those who have gone through the 24 demands, we asked for a legislated structure that would look after GBV. We do not want it with government, we do not just want it with civil society, but a multi-sectoral structure that will take whatever we're doing in separate corners and drive it in unison to try and eradicate GBV. Then we had our first summit after that march. An interim steering committee was formed after that march, after the summit. The interim steering committee had one mandate. It was to put together the council. While we're busy within the interim steering committee, then we're told by Parliament that if we do not start working on the NSP itself and finish by the end of October of 2019, GBV would not be funded through Treasury. We're still here, it's 2022, it's still not funded. So there's things that are amiss. The communication in 2018 till now, it doesn't match. Yes, I am in the private office of the president, but I haven't lost my voice. The interim steering committee could not fulfill its mandate of putting together the council because a draft bill had to be done. And you know the process, it takes 2 to 3 years for a bill to be finalized. Those who have seen last week on the Gazette, the bill is out there. So it took so long for it to even, find its way to the public sector. But we are adamant that this structure, this council will sit. And we are adamant that people who are going to sit in that structure should be in that structure. It cannot be our friends. It cannot be our fellow comrades. It has to be people who understand what we're driving. And I hope all of us, the day we are asked to vote for people who are going to sit in the council, remember 51% civil society, 49% government. And civil society here includes the business sector, private sector, it includes labor, and it includes faith-based organizations, that 51% of ours. And then the 49%, which I'm supposed to say ours, I'm government. The 49% of government then will include different levels of government as well. The IMC was also added onto this mix, but as I continue with the presentation, you'll see where we're at. So we've had that interim steering committee, they drafted the NSP. This is where we're at, 2.5 years in, and we're saying there's challenges with the implementation of the strategy. People are not reporting against the indicators. People are holding meetings and they said we've delivered. But delivery is something else. We should see the needle moving. So this particular summit, if you saw the first slide, it's speaking on accountability, acceleration, amplification now. We're saying let's revisit. What are people doing? Where are we winning? Where are we losing? Why? If the provinces, even in the 9 provinces, there's summits, what is happening in the 9 provinces that is different from each other? The nuances of GBV. Is it the same? Is it different? Is it all alcohol in 9 provinces, or is it something else that is driving GBV? Hence, we had the 9 summits as well. In the first summit, we came out with a declaration. A declaration was signed not only by the president, but by 9 other civil society members. The funny lady there in Paris is me. I signed as well. The declaration is ensuring that this process that we have embarked on in 2018 doesn't end even when administration changes. It is not Mr. Ramaphosa or President Ramaphosa's GBV summit. It is a presidential summit. Whoever is sitting in that seat would need to continue where people have left off, or the previous administration have left off. And that is very key, that when we fight for these things, we should remember it's not about any administration. It's all about the cause that we're fighting. We say GBV affects everybody. It affects business, it affects the churches, it affects our homes, it affects people who are dealing with shelters, and. How then do we get the whole country to respond? The vision or the overview of the NSP was to get us to a free South Africa. How do we get there? If you think it's government because they are the primary implementers and you do not see your role, you need to find your role, because there is a role for everybody. Sometimes when civil society is fighting for resources, for representation, thinking, I cannot represent you because I do not speak for you, when we do not have an umbrella body in the country of civil society, it's so difficult. But what I know, when I'm standing here, every corner of South Africa has a challenge, and you can find your little corner to do, the change that is required. We do not have to fight for anything. Yes, there's little resources, but I'm saying the work that needs to be done is in every street, in every township, in every suburb, in every little district, in every province, and in the whole country. We are afraid of going out. If you are afraid of going out and you are an adult, what about somebody who's younger than you? This is in the NSP itself. Those who have been invited in the summit will be getting the hard copies. I have a lot of these. They've been sitting there because of COVID. I have posted to some organizations. I think, Zubeida, you did get a few boxes as well a few years ago or last year. Those who still need copies, please send messages so that I can give you the hard copy of the NSP. The NSP has got 6 pillars. The first pillar speaks to accountability, coordination, and leadership, which is what we're focusing on with this particular summit. We're saying to our ministers, our premiers, our heads of departments, what have you been doing? Tell us. We will look at what the NSP says they should have done in the first 2 years and what they are doing. Are they doing their own thing or working towards the roadmap that we all agreed to? Because the NSP is our roadmap. So every time when we come up with programs as well within our centers, we should also remember that we are working using this roadmap. Shelters are under Pillar 4, but sometimes you find yourself having to do work for Pillar 3. There's been change in policy early last year. How has it affected the work you are doing? Are you able to now use the online application of protection orders for the women that are coming through your shelters? Are you still finding challenges? What are the challenges? Bring them forward. We've invited Department of Justice, all their subdivisions to be part of that, to tell us, to say, why are women struggling with maintenance? What are you doing to fast-track maintenance? Because it's also a burden to women who've been kicked out. We've also been saying, why is always women the ones that are leaving homes? Why are there no shelters for men so that men can live? And the one who's carrying the burden of raising 3-4 kids can stay. I was told in 2018 that by 2021, they said there's one in Gauteng men's shelter, there will be 8, one in each province. I'm yet to see them. And yes, I work in the office of the president, and yes, I do say these things. So we are trying to harness an all-society response with this particular one. We're looking at the first segment. There will be a plenary, there will be report backs from all levels of the state, including civil society. We also get funding as civil society members, and we're saying, are you reporting against the funding that you are receiving? Or is your report coming as an afterthought? Because now it's due. Whatever you can fill in as quickly as possible and submit. Or is it really speaking to your proposal? If I look at your proposal and what you are reporting, are they matching? There was going to be a clinic, several clinics. There's going to be action caucuses. There's going to be clinics. Clinics are going to focus on deeper understanding of different issues, obstetric violence, a clinic on TCCs, because a lot of cases are won through TCCs. If you look at the stats, they're standing around 90% of success rate when your case have gone through a TCC, rather than you have taken it, you've gone to a doctor, done that, filled a form. But if you go to that one-stop shop, normally the success rate is very high. So what are they doing? What are the best practices as well? We're going to be looking at that. What are the challenges as well? Because they've got challenges as well. I went to Island, Lgbtqi, last year, and we went to visit 2 TCCs, and we were shown others within Umtata and whatever that are stressed financially. The ceilings are falling. If you see where examinations are done, you'll be appalled. And this tug of war between NPA and health to say who's supposed to be looking after the TCCs, all those things need to be resolved. They are using their own resources. There's no laptops, there's no desktops. I went to the police station in Lgbtqi. They do not even have papers to take cases, the IOs. If a case comes in, they have to go and buy their own paper to take a case. There's 16 of them. There's so many villages. People who stay in the Eastern Cape, especially in that area, will tell you. And how vast the distance is from one village to the next. And you are expecting 16 people to take your case, to appear in court on time, and to also investigate. That's a miracle. People have been accepting money from the alcohol industry when there was a moratorium to say, let's not take it, let's ask them to be more responsible for what they are putting out there. We are asking our police to leave what they're supposed to be doing, and also police alcohol. Why are we not asking the alcohol industry to police themselves, to make sure that whatever the licensing, what is it called, board of whatever, is giving licenses to every second house now? Why? So those things, we need to try and mainstream and make it work for us, not burden the SAPS that is already overburdened. So the objectives of the summit is mostly to also make sure that GBV stays at this high level and the state is committed and the state is accountable. Civil society will help. Business will also fund, NGOs will be hands-on, but we need the primary implementer to stay focused. We want to accelerate things that little pockets are doing and we can see there's a change. How do we take those and build on them? How do we take our research that is there, that is South Africa grown, work with that research and make sure that we expand on it, because some of the research that we're using, some of the programs, the implementation programs, they're not South African grown. They're from somewhere. Some of the people who investigate our people and do research on our people, they don't even belong to those communities. But they've got so much to say about a community. How do we protect that? The LGBTQI community as well. The new research is going towards them, but people who are investigating that particular community, it's still not them, it's somebody else. So we are going to share different progresses and we are going to share nuances that would come through the different provinces to say, okay, this province and this province are the same. What lessons between the two, can we use? What are their challenges? Are they similar? Are they different? What can be introduced differently that could help change and move us forward? Collaboration as well is very key. The NGBV collective, those who participate in it, they have monthly meetings, and then within the pillars, there's work that is being done. I serve in Pillar 6 and Pillar 5, we've divided into two, sub-team that is called ILO C190, which deals with sexual harassment at work. We pushed for the ratification of C190 because we thought they were taking too long, the department that was responsible, and as an implementer within NGBV. There's a lot of people sitting there. We've got people from DPSA, CGE, the new fund, GBV fund, different experts that are sitting there, and we all together started pushing for ratification. There's people who are sitting on the bigger Pillar 5, there's WeCorner. WeCorner is saying, how do we push preferential awarding of contracts for women? How do we bring more women into business and give them the opportunities, even in cross-border trade, in other things? There was a WeCon, I hope some of you did attend. It's happening, it's brewed from Pillar 5. Pillar 6 is looking at research. We've got research now that is done by HSRC that is looking at the prevalence study. It's a prevalence study on GBV in the country. It's the first of its kind in the country. And it's through that pillar as well. We've got apps that are being created within the pillar as well to say, why is one department not talking to the other? Why are the systems not talking? How do we make the systems to talk and find the thread instead of, filling the same form here and the same form here? If you remember again with protection orders, if you have a protection order in Joburg, sometimes it doesn't work in Pretoria. Here, next door, never mind KZN, you have to apply for a new one. how do we make sure that these systems are talking? This is a lot of work. It's not something that is going to be done overnight. But I'm saying these different groups have started. How do we also involve ourselves in that? So we're saying multi-sectoral ways of working have started. The PSPC that is putting together this particular summit, it's also multi-sectoral. We went back, we remembered that in the declaration we said 51%, 49%, and the structure is exactly 51%, 49%. It's hard, it's not easy. We had to raise money for this particular summit. Money was not given to the summit. And as I was the funder for the total shutdown, I am the funder for this as well. I'm the money maker. So the objectives of this summit, we need to see them through, those who are going to be there. It is not where we're going to network. It is where we're going to work, and then if there's opportunity to network, we'll do them over lunch. But we need to work. Like I said, the theme, whoever wrote this wrote it incorrectly. It's accountability, acceleration, and amplification now. We're saying there's no time to waste. We're left with 7 years of the roadmap. Our NSP has a period of 10 years. Are we able to make it? Are we going to see the change in 10 years, within the 10 years that has been prepared for this particular process? We've put in a number of pictures in this one. The first picture is the summit itself, the 2018 summit. And then it was sparked by the total shutdown. These are the 24 demands. And then the next year we had a declaration. And then this is a summit report. I know you can't see, this is an emergency. If you remember, there was also deliberations in the cabinet on whether they should support GPV. Is it important? Should they put a little bit of money? And I know this question always comes up, what happened to the 1.6 billion? Guys, there was no new money. Treasury didn't bring a bag of money. They asked different government departments, they said, are you able to shift money here and bring it here? And then look at these indicators and see how much you can do on these indicators. And I'll give an example with one, SEPS. They were supposed to tackle DNA, and they were supposed to tackle the lot of taverns that were there, to close down a lot of taverns, to fast-track DNA so that people can go to courts and to try and close down the tavern. So whatever was repurposed within SEPS did exactly that. So when you read the report, I wrote that report. When you read the report, it will tell you what were they supposed to do. Did they do it or not? And the only thing that is not there, because it took time for them to send in the figures of how much they spent. Some of the figures are there, some are not there. But there was no new money. I remember civil society came back and said, then what about us? NDA was brought in to put together a pocket of money for civil society, and people did apply, and some of you did get the money. So your portion went through that, and this one, no new money. If I hear somebody seriously asking me about 1.6 again, I'm going to die, because there was never money. So you know, there was never money. So then this is a summit. This is the NSP. This is the collaborative that I'm speaking about, where multi-sectoral, the red one, where multi-sectoral collaboration is. And within that, we started something that is called the 100-day challenge. The 100-day challenge is just, it was brought in by an institute called Rapid Response. They teach you to set a goal, a very unrealistic goal that you think you cannot achieve. And they bring you into the room, They've got different hierarchies and people are happy, you know, they find themselves there and then they tell you, no, you're just going to oversee, you're not going to do anything, you who are sitting here. You need to go to communities and find communities, different levels, police, police, justice, a nurse, a community worker, and a woman who stays at home to work towards the goal that you have set and see it through. And in 100 days, see if you can achieve it. If you see the results of these 100-day challenges, amazing. It's doable. It's unrealistic, but it's doable. Most of the people and areas who committed to this made it. And then, like I said, we're looking at what can we all account for, what will we accelerate, what can we amplify, and what needs to be strengthened. And then there's provincial summits, there's innovation labs, there's pillar dialogues. Pillar dialogues ended last week where people were also discussing within their pillars challenges, and those who attended saw them. Within the funding dialogue was started again through our office where we said, let's bring a different donors around the table. Let's ask EU what have they been supporting in South Africa, like financial flows. How much did they bring into the country? Where did they take the money? What was the money aimed for? Was it looking at our strategy as a country, or was it focusing on their strategy? Because even donors can direct what you do. So we're looking at all that. That particular one is going to find itself again in the second summit, this funding dialogue. It's going to be under the clinics. I think it's an important conversation because a lot of civil society feel like they're not supported. And we've been integrating most of the work that we're doing with the DDM system that has been started already through government. We are not recreating things, we're finding ways of working with systems that are already there and improving on them. So provinces, what they've been looking at within the different summits, they've been looking at deeply understanding what is causing GBV, driving it within that province. And they've been looking at, are they implementing, and if they're implementing, what are the progresses, challenges, opportunities? And lastly, to see if they can work together. What will it change, what would it take for them to make the desirable changes? Pillar dialogues, like I said, it was open invitations. People were discussing within their pillar. You find yourself, the shelter is within pillar 4. If you wanted to attend any other one, you would research, attended all of them because they were looking for opportunities to say, maybe we can research this. Let's go and listen and find opportunities and elements that we can start putting up research. The summit outcomes would help us describe again GBV in the country. Remember when we drafted the NSP, it was rushed because of Treasury as well to say, can we finish on this time so that we can maybe get a chance to be funded? Some of the things were left out. There's people who say, I can't see myself. I think I've been missed in this NSP. The outcomes would help us also through the clinics to say, we've neglected women who are having it hard when they're having babies because of the treatment that they're getting. We are struggling with drugs in the country. How do we align and bring them here? Because it's also one of the drivers of violence. What are we accelerating? What are we amplifying? What do we need to drop? Because if it's not working, leave it. Let's look for new things. And I hope this presentation makes sense. I think with GBV, nobody's an expert. If somebody calls themselves an expert of GBV, I always say they're liars, because then we wouldn't be in this state. We are all holding hands together and marching to and hoping that we will reach a solution together. And hopefully we will. Thank you very much. Questions? Oh, okay.
we've got a mic here in front. Can someone just help with the roving, Deline? Thank you. I think I switched it off, Benny. So can we take a few questions? 2 questions. I'm getting told at the back and then we'll cut. I think
We are good.
we are good.
No, there's one there.
There's one there. Sorry. The lights are extremely bright. They so can't see properly. And you're sitting directly under the line. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I think mine is a question around, there's currently the drafting of the next NSP for HIV, TB, and STIs. And we know some of the correlations between gender-based violence and HIV. Will that, are we communicating, are we ensuring that, that in NSP also looks at gender-based violence, the drivers of gender-based violence, so that, we can then see how, all the national documents, all the national strategic documents are speaking to one another and they're also addressing issues that are critical within our communities.
Thank you. And Diane is chairperson of the NSM board. The last question, I see 2 questions. If not, then Zips, if you can respond to that.
Yeah, very crucial. SANEC has been part of conversations, and we also inviting them for one of the clinics that are going to be held during the summit, because we feel like there's so much that is aligning between the two, where we need to find each other and strengthen each other. So the answer would be yes. We got the hallelujah somewhere half the way, but there's too many hallelujahs that we've missed. Like I said, it was rushed, and sometimes there was no opportunity to bring in the other voices that needed to be in the room. And as soon as we recognize it, we bring that element into the room. Thank you.
Thanks. So, Sibs is leaving us now. I'm sure she has a very busy program, getting ready for Summit. So thank you very much for coming. And being here in person. Thanks. Why are you laughing? Right. Mariam, are we ready for the next speaker? Not yet. Is it? Are you gonna?
It wasn't me yet.
Okay.
But, that's fine.
Maybe just. Yeah, I'll find it now.
Is that the one?
No.
It can be.
I don't see. Mariam?
Can I connect it here? I can only connect it via that.
It's.
Because I want to talk to it, it's going to be very brief.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless, but yeah, because of the online team, we'll need to project it.
Do you see yourself?
I don't see myself.
I don't see. Right? Is she on?
Okay.
They're saying she's on. Can you email it to? Email to her. Okay. Thank you very much. So our next presentation is from NOMSA, Mbowani Nabu. She has experience of working in programs focused on gender discrimination, gender equality, and gender-based violence and femicide interventions. She has worked in different sectors like the Chapter 9 institution, non-government organizations, and now at the department. She currently works for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons, and the department focuses on monitoring and coordination of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Thank you very much, Nomsa. You can continue.
for having us for this interesting session. I have just joined. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes, we're really honored to be part of this session, discussing issues around shelters. And I've also briefly listened to the previous presentation that was made by SIPS. Thank you very much for the introduction. And as a result, this presentation I'm going to be presenting now, it's not really going to be focusing because my initial preparation, I just, in my initial slides, I gave basic information on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, on gender-based violence and femicide. I think SIPS has done very stunning work there. So I don't have to cover all my slides, okay? But basically, colleagues, I just want to give you a brief background with regards to what I'm going to be covering. I'm going to be giving brief information about Pillar 1. Pillar 1 focuses on accountability, coordination, and leadership. Pillar 1 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So I'm going to be giving a brief information about that, and then you can see my presentation. Okay, so I'm going to be giving a brief information about the Pillar 1 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, but specifically then focus on the work that we have been doing at province, district, and local level, with regards to the localization of the NSP, and in particular with regards to Pillar 1 on accountability, the structures that have been established there, and the role of the shelters, and basically the information we have received from shelters that are represented in those structures. So like I indicated earlier on, colleagues, I'm not going to go through the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence because I think you've done a lot of work, there's a lot of information that has already been presented there. So I'm going to skip the slide that covers vision, that covers principles, that covers the various pillars of the National Strategic Plan, that covers the implementation modalities, meaning the different structures, from national to province, to a district and local, in relation that are supposed to be established in relation to the NSP. I'm going to go straight to the information on Pillar 1, which focuses on accountability, coordination, and leadership. And they mainly focus on the work that is being done. What are the main interventions that are there? Basically, colleagues, Pillar 1, as I indicated earlier on, focuses on accountability, coordination, and leadership. And the outcomes there, the main outcome for Pillar 1 is all living in South Africa, including government, the private sector, the workplace, education and training institutions, civil society organizations, religious and cultural institutions are held accountable for building a safe, gender-based, violence-free and femicide-free environment. So you can see from here, colleagues, that this accountability is not only from government or from the private sector, of the civil society organizations. All these institutions are expected to work together and hold each other accountable towards ensuring that South Africa has got an environment that is safe and is free from gender-based violence. The main intervention that I want to mention, and colleagues, these are not the only interventions that are under Pillar 1, but these are the interventions that are mainly related to the shelters at the local level. One of the main interventions that is there is the establishment of what we call multi-stakeholder gender-based violence and femicide coordination structures. We call them, they are called, I think even in the NSP, they are called gender-based violence and femicide rapid response teams. Okay. So it's the establishment of those structures. They are established at local level, local municipality level, at district level, and even at provincial level. They are supposed to be in place. And the purpose basically is to coordinate response to gender-based violence and femicide by all the key stakeholders, who are key in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. So, so one of the interventions is the establishment of these structures, and ensure that rapid response. The purpose of the structures is to ensure that there is rapid response that is, provided to victims of gender-based violence. I think colleagues here, we all understand that at the moment there is there is challenge when it comes to response, adequate and holistic response when it comes to someone who is reporting gender-based violence. So the purpose of these multi-stakeholder structures that are made up of both government, that is government departments, civil society organs, is to ensure that there is quick coordination of response to make sure that whenever there's a victim, adequate response is given, whether it be in the form of the police, the response from the Tutuzela Care Center, the response from the social workers, it's to make sure that these structures are in place and there is continuous and immediate communication between these structures whenever there is a victim that needs to be serviced. So what I'm saying here, colleagues, is that these structures do not only have to meet, in a formal setting of a meeting. There are even WhatsApp groups that are created just specifically for these structures to communicate so that they can adequately respond when there is a victim that needs support. And so also included when it comes to the establishment of these structures is the fact that there needs to be a implementation plan. We call it a multi-stakeholder implementation plan on how gender-based violence, is going to be handled by each of these institutions. They have to come up, this rapid response team have to come up with a plan, that identifies the roles of each of these stakeholders in fighting gender-based violence in the whether it be at the local municipality level or at the district municipality level. So I think the emphasis here, colleagues, is that the structures, these multi-stakeholder structures, are not supposed to be only confined being reactionary, meaning reacting when there is an incident, but there needs to be a plan, at the local and district municipality level, a multi-stakeholder plan that indicates exactly what each stakeholder is supposed to be doing according to their mandate when it comes to fighting gender-based violence. And the purpose of these structures is to coordinate, all these interventions and make sure that there is continuous reporting by the various stakeholders that are part of these structures, but also to ensure that all these stakeholders that are part of the rapid response teams, they hold each other accountable, to say that this is the progress, what are the challenges, where can we post, where can we assist as the different stakeholders to make sure that some of the challenges that you are indicating are resolved. So the different types of institutions that are often represented in these rapid response teams, you obviously would have your departments, the service departments, you have your SAPS, that is the police, the Department of Social Development, a representation from Health, Justice, you have NPA, Department of Education, community services, you have municipalities that are represented, you have civil society organizations that are represented in the form of the NGOs that deal with gender-based violence. You even have shelters that are represented, institutions from the religious sector, traditional leadership, traditional leaders. So colleagues, even the private sector is supposed to be represented in these rapid response teams. Basically, the purpose is to ensure that all institutions, that have a role in fighting gender-based violence are part of these structures, and they identify their role, they implement what they are supposed to implement, and they hold each other accountable towards implementing whatever has been identified in the plan. So continuing with the localization, we also, colleagues, also focus on the issue of municipalities, because I think most people now, in fact, municipalities have also reflected this, that their plans, the plans of municipalities don't say much about gender-based violence, what role are municipalities supposed to play when it comes to supporting organizations that fight gender-based violence, when it comes to them making contribution towards, specific interventions, up to even when it comes to them supporting even the shelters, because we know that municipalities, they've got bylaws, there are issues around taxation, which also affect shelters. So the roles of the municipality needs to be very clear on how they will support these institutions, specifically, referring to shelter. So as the department, we have been doing, so far we have been reviewing the plans of municipalities to look at how much are they integrating the priorities of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. And this, there are some of the findings include the fact that municipalities, are not currently at a stage where they are able to link, their their mandates, specifically their services, to gender-based violence and femicide prevention. Let me just make an example. Just provision of street lights is the mandate of municipalities. Street lights, they contribute towards a safe environment, especially at night, and as a result, they contribute towards a reduction of cases of rape. But the current plans of municipalities do not even mention that. It's just about the services that they have to provide. It's their mandate to ensure that the parks that are being provided are safe, to provide multi-purpose center, the issues around drug prevention, programs on youth development and all that. All these, they contribute towards, ensuring safe environment, towards ensuring that there is prevention of gender-based, but all of this information that I'm talking about now is not reflected in all of the plans of municipalities. So the department is currently working with reviewing some of these plans of municipalities so that, it's not only review, we give them feedback, with regards to this is how you can structure your plans, whether it be your integrated development plan, whether it be a district development plan or local economic development, to ensure that you link with issues of gender-based violence. So here, colleagues, I'm also talking about the local economic development plan, because you can remember that the NSP has got Pillar 5, the Pillar 5 that focuses on economic power, So these are the things that are supposed to be also addressed, plans around ensuring access to resources and facilities, So that is, those are the areas that we look at. So we also advise them, when we are giving feedback to municipalities around what they are supposed to be including in their plan, we also, advisement to look at, even their bylaws, how can they link their bylaws such that they provide real support, to organizations, to NGOs, specifically shelters, that provide support to the victims of gender-based violence and, of gender-based violence. And so we give a feedback to municipalities so that they can improve, their plans. So in this task, we are also working closely with SALGA and COCTA, because we know their role. SALGA, their main role is basically around supporting municipalities, especially political leadership, so that they can play their oversight role to make sure that the municipalities, have plans that, reflect certain priorities. And here we are specifically looking at the municipalities, specifically the councillors and the mayors, being active role players in providing oversight to ensure that the municipalities cater for issues of gender-based violence in their plans. So as a result, we've done a capacity building. We've worked with SALGA to just share information with councillors, especially the new leadership, on gender-based violence and their oversight role when it comes to them ensuring that municipalities implement the priorities of the National Strategy Plan on Gender-Based Violence. We also work with COCTA because we also know they've got a regulatory role when it comes to supporting municipalities. So one of our aim is to ensure that their assessment tools and the guidelines that they use, they must include the priorities, the indicators of the National Strategy Plan on Gender-Based Violence. So this information basically specifically refers then to shelters, how is the work with shelters in relation to this localization that we are talking about. Firstly, here, what I can say is that shelters, are members of the gender-based violence and femicide rapid response teams that I've spoken about. We have established a rapid response teams at district and local municipality level, in KwaZulu-Natal so far, the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga. So shelters in this, especially at the local municipality level, shelters are members of these rapid response teams together with the other NGOs, the other government departments. So what is happening specifically with the different stakeholders that are represented in these rapid response teams, all the stakeholders are expected to be clear, to indicate what their plan is, towards fighting gender-based violence? What is their plan towards supporting victims of gender-based violence? So all these plans are put together to become a plan for the rapid response team, a plan that is going to be coded. It's not necessarily implemented by the rapid response team, but the rapid response team coordinates. It ensures that all the stakeholders, that are represented in this rapid response team, they account on what they are, what their initiatives are, including the government departments. So shelters are part of these groups. They develop they are supposed to be submitting also their plans, so that their plans also form part of this local municipality rapid response team that also needs to be monitored. So I've spoken about the monitoring of these plans and the continuous reporting. And so what usually happens is that these rapid response teams, they meet on a quarterly basis, where reports are made by each of these stakeholders to say that this is how far we are, these are the challenges we are experiencing, and this is where we need support, and so far. So for me, colleagues, for shelters, this presents an opportunity, because I think shelters, like the other NGOs, will not only have to report to their funders about their challenges, about where they need support, because some of the support that is needed by shelters may be provided at local level by the municipality in some cases, or even by other departments in some cases. So these rapid response teams, they provide opportunities for shelters to also share with the locals, including municipality, the challenges that are being experienced, and even make recommendations on how some of these problems can be resolved. So on my right hand side here, I'm just giving examples of the rapid response teams, areas where we have established rapid response teams. I've indicated that we have some in Newlands, in Inandantu, Zuma, Kwamashu, and all these areas that I have listed here. And shelters, again, are members of most of these rapid response teams that I've indicated here. So during these rapid response teams, when they are being formed, what happens is the different stakeholders usually list the main concerns that they have with regards to the services that they are providing and their institutions. And what I've listed here are the challenges, that have been reported by the shelters during these rapid response team meetings before they even formed the implementation plan for the rapid response teams. So I've listed here about 7 of these, and one of the main concerns that they have expressed is around security. The security concerns, up to even staff members of the shelter saying that, hey, we fear for our lives here because we have issues around. There are no cameras, there are no security guards. This was a special concern that was expressed by shelters that are located in the Eastern Cape, in Butterworth, Aidutwa, and I think in Tsendane. Okay. Another challenge, I'm sure this is not new to you, the second part here, the funding gap that results into shelters not being able to, to provide for the people they are sheltering, So one of the concerns that they expressed was that, they are provided with funding by the Department of Social Development up until March. So in March, the financial year ends, So they are saying that for them, this is the last time they see funding. And then the next funding that they usually receive is from August, So this surviving between April, May, June, July is a serious problem for these shelters, because during that time they indicated that they are not receiving funding. As a result, they have to get money, from, they really struggle during this period. So they also expressed that challenge. Another challenge that they expressed is it's lack of confidentiality. Most shelters, they usually work closely with police. So they have indicated that in some cases, the police, they provide this information to shelters with regards to where they are located and all that. So again, that brings up the issues around security of both the shelter staff members and the victims that they are sheltering. Community members, again, giving information to other community members about the whereabouts of the victims, again, that was expressed. But I must again indicate that these are the concerns that were expressed specifically in shelters that are located in Butterworth, Aidutwa, and Tsendane in the Eastern Cape. So I'm not sure about, in other areas. yeah, I'm repeating the part about the people who are running shelters fearing for their lives because of safety issues. And then another concern that was expressed again, mostly in the rural shelters, that are shelters that are located, in the rural areas, was, some of people even using their own houses, to shelter victims because of loss of property, the owner taking back their house and then having to use their own house and all that. So there are serious challenges, colleagues, of which I believe that you are looking at some of this, but I'm just making these reports because I can't finish this presentation without, just giving you feedback with regards to the information that has been gathered from the rapid response teams, that have been established. But also, I think that something positive was the fact that some of these shelters, especially these ones in the rural areas, they are getting support from the private sector. The private sector, they mentioned things like about cash build. In this specific case, it was one of the offer that was given was that cash build would build the house. All the shelter needs to do is to identify the space, and they have worked with the municipality, but they never got to get the land to so that this a house that is going to be sponsored by cash could be built. So these are the general challenges, colleagues, that have been reported by shelter. So what we have done as the department, because we've got pillar task teams, okay? So what we have done as departments, we have forwarded these challenges firstly to the Department of Social Development, but they have also been discussed in the pillar collective, where we have got Department of Social Development represented, but also where we've got other NGOs represented, so that solutions to this can be identified. But most of these, they apply mainly to the Department of Social Development. Colleagues, that is it from my side. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'm sorry I could not join you. I'm attending a strategy planning session from our department. Thank you.
Are located more or less in the Eastern Cape. Now, at the National Shelter Movement, we have 95 affiliated shelters across the country, and more than 30 hotspots has been identified by President Ramaphosa. So my question is, what possibilities exist for RRTs to be established in the rest of the areas where shelters exist? Because this would then promote Pillar 1 in terms of accountability and leadership. Thank you.
Is there another hand? Okay. Could we get a response to that question? Is Nomsa still online?
Okay. Yes, I'm still online. Thank you very much for this question. You see, as the department, we do not have capacity to be able to establish rapid response teams in all up to even local municipalities. But what we are busy doing is we are working with Office on Status of Women. We are also working with districts, district municipalities, so that we can support them to be able to establish these rapid response teams at that level, at local municipality level, because I think this is how it's supposed to work. There's supposed to be a rapid response team at a local municipality level, and another rapid response team at district level, where the local level rapid response team are reporting to, and so on. It goes up to the province. So we are currently working with the Office on Status of Women. We are working with the districts, to make sure that, they extend, this service of establishing rapid response teams and making sure that they are functional. Ne? I think that's the first part. But secondly, we are, as I indicated earlier on, we've got COPTA, we also have got SALGA, So we are also working with them to ensure that they, specifically SALGA, because SALGA plays a very key role in supporting municipalities. So we are working with them so that they can transfer some of this responsibility to their political leadership, because, for example, mayors and councillors are supposed to be the ones who are leading these rapid response teams. So if these stakeholders, if the mayors, if the councillors are active in this, obviously with the help of the civil society organizations, if they are active in ensuring that these are functional, then the shelters would also be represented there because they are a key stakeholder that services victims of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is there any other burning question? Can't see hands, with the lights. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for spending time with us. Our next presentation, I'll just find it for you. Our next presentation is from, I'm opening the bio quickly. And it's Mr. Sibusiso Malope, who's been attending our meeting, the past 2 days, and also co-funding through the Department of Social Development. Sibusiso is a social work graduate from the University of Pretoria 16 years ago. His first work experience as social worker dates back to 2005. At the then Pretoria Children Welfare. He has a good combination of work experience from both private and public sector, and currently serving the DSD National Department as the Director for Victim Empowerment and Prevention of GBV. He has completed his master's course with pending research in public management and governance from the Northwest University Potchefstroom College. I'll just load the presentation now. Hey? Email, I know.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm glad it doesn't say where I was born, because I was going to feel like it's an obituary. Colleagues, I'm going to be very quick. I have been delegated to present on the NSP Pillar 4. Apologies that I am going to be reflecting the DSD theme, but it's a pillar matter, although DSD is leading Pillar 4 in terms of the chairperson that is chairing the Pillar 4 work stream, which is Ms. Cesar Mahangwe, and then she's leading it with a colleague from civil society. So it is a pillar that we will all know that it's talking to response, care, support, and healing. And I'm going to skip some of the slides because they were covered by the previous speaker, as well as Ms. Mtembu, who SIPS also covered some of the information that is before us, so I'm not going to go into it. The brief that I have is that I need to just talk to, we've got this Pillar 4, and what does Pillar 4, what is Pillar 4 expected to deliver? And because of time, I must say that we will just present, amongst others, there's far more that Pillar 4 is doing. So we'll present a few or some of the things that Pillar 4 has delivered on and still to deliver on. The reason DSD obviously is leading this pillar is because the responsibilities of this pillar, which is response, care, support, and healing, falls squarely within the mandate of DSD. Obviously, we've got civil society as implementing partners in the delivery of the expectation of Pillar 4, hence the partnership into this. All the pillars will know that they were established in July, immediately after the President has launched the NSP on the 11th of March of 2020, then July, all the pillars were established, and you can see the different responsibilities of the pillar. It's clear that every pillar is expected on a monthly basis to report to Presidency in terms of its work, and Pillar 4 does the same. In fact, from my team, National DSD is responsible for consolidating the work of the pillar supported by CSOs. The colleague that is here in the room, Mr. Tumeling, he is the one that is responsible for consolidation, the work of Pillar 4 from the department side. And this also includes getting reports from civil society. I like this proverb: if you want to go far, go alone, and if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. It's an African proverb that I think it's one of the things that we are realizing, that if government want to go fast and make mistakes, government will have to go alone. But if we have to go far and achieve more, we have to go as a team. And that is why we've got this partnership that we're able to deliver on this successful session with NSM and other stakeholders here. So Pillar 4, colleagues, looks at strengthening existing response care support services by the state, civil society in a way that is victim-centered and survivally focused, and trauma-informed to facilitate recovery and healing. And I must say that within that, you will see also that some of our work cut across other pillars. For example, when we talk about legislation will be feeding onto another pillar, but it's delivered in Pillar 4 in terms of the content. Because when we talk about the white paper on social development, it's sitting with DSD. You then talk about the victim support services bill, it's also sitting with DSD, and it's developed from DSD side. So the pillar has been responsible in pushing that, and some of you stakeholders will know that where we are now is that both the bills, which is the welfare one, as well as the VSS, which I know that we all have interest on, and we are actually becoming worried that there's going to be change of administration, and whether will this go through. I must say that from our side, we are working so much to ensure that these bills go through, because you know that if we miss the 6th administration, we might start from the scratch in the next administration. So we are very mindful of that the VSS bill needs to be finalized as this white paper as well in the current administration. As we speak, in this very same year, the white paper on social development has been to Cabinet. Cabinet referred us back to NEDLEC, but the VSS bill, it went to Cabinet in 2019, just before COVID. We were referred for public comments. We went for public comments. We then took it back to the Office of the State Law Advisors, which currently there is that back and forth between us and the Office of the State Law Advisors. In that process as well, we've initiated the process of drafting the regulations. And you will remember between February, May, and July this year, we had workshops on the drafting of the regulations. The reason we are trying to run the process of the bill and regulations together is so that as soon as the bill is passed, we are ready to move with speed. And this we are learning from experiences, for example, the Children's Act, where you've had the legislation, and for 5 years we could not implement because the regulations were not ready. So we're working tirelessly on that. The other activity around that also, in terms of legislation policy framework, was that one of developing 2 policies to standardize services. You will know there's an intersectoral shelter policy as well as the psychosocial, the provision of psychosocial services policy. These are 2 critical policies that we have developed, and this pillar is overseeing that. The development of that, like I'm saying, they talk to the issue of ensuring that we standardize service to prevent secondary victimization, but also it is also guided by Chapter 9 institution, that especially the intersectoral shelter policy, to say the challenges around the issues of shelter. You know, And the good thing about that policy specifically, I think it's critical for me to say it here, is that it is now going to cabinet. And for it going to cabinet is really a good thing, because now it outlines responsibilities of other departments that are responsible in assisting on the implementation. And when it's going to cabinet, it means that every minister responsible in executing issues of shelters can be easily held accountable. For example, we have a challenge currently where we are saying not everybody is coming to the party. Human settlement, SAPs, and so forth. So when the policy gets presented in cabinet, we are hoping and believing that at that point we can be able to use this policy to hold our other stakeholders to account. We also intensified services at the command center, but I don't want to go into detail with that, except saying we've expanded as a pillar. We've expanded the GPVCC. Initially, it could only host a complement of staff of about 15 in the previous infrastructure, and now we moved into a new infrastructure provided by Department of Public Works, which has doubled that capacity to about 30, and when there's a need, we are able to increase the capacity. That's part of the work of this pillar. I think Minister yesterday spoke about the funding of CARA, so I'm not going to go into it, but safe to say that 360 CSOs and mostly emerging ones have benefited in the 100 million that we got through CARA. CARA, you will know, colleagues, is the criminal asset recovery accounts, so we were able to get that fund. We've also recently conducted a number of capacity building on provision of psychosocial services policy, which is very key, because if you will know that the policy starts to clearly define responsibilities, because with GPV being a pandemic, we are getting a lot of persons moving into a space and they are creating more damage than good. So the policy begins to say who should be in their space, what is their role that they need to play, which is something that is important. I thought I must also highlight to say in the current financial year, what has been the funding situation in terms of the department, how much has been dispersed to CSOs by government. I know that sometimes you're sitting there, colleague, and thinking, out of that 34 million in Gauteng, I only got 100,000. It's because you can see that you're not the only one in Gauteng. There's quite a number of organizations, but safe to say about 178 million, and this excludes Limpopo, that has been actually this year alone budgeted to funding of CSOs as part of the work of this very same pillar. Public buildings made available, I think the DG spoke to that earlier on, but it's also work that is from the pillar. This one is very important, colleagues, for me to highlight that although the unoccupied buildings by Public Works will be handed over to DSD, fast and quick implementation of it will have to be through the CSOs because of obvious reasons. Part of them, there are dynamics around how a building can actually be transferred from government to government. But for it to make it available to be used by CSOs, it will be much quicker. That is why even in Gauteng, you will see that some of the buildings that are going to be handed over will be, the department will go into a partnership with a CSO to run the facility. And in any case, you will know that most of the shelters in the country are running through civil society organization as an implementing partner. So I want to say that that is also the other plan. I think Tichi also spoke about the number of shelters that we have in the country vis-a-vis the districts that are without shelters. It's work of this pillar to ensure that all 52 districts are covered with shelters. It is also work of this pillar to ensure that we've got the 6 new Khuseleka one-stop centers that are currently missing in other provinces. And I think I can also say here that one of the organizations that we are considering for the model of Khuseleka One-Stop Center is Sarke Partman in the Western Cape, as well as in Mpumalanga, and that we are hoping to achieve by end of this financial year, which is March 2023. Deployment of social workers that are specific to providing services to GPV victims. It's a new model that we are looking at to say, if we are to deal with a pandemic and we are to respond in a pandemic situation, we do need to have a dedicated workforce for GBV. And hence we have deployed those different social service practitioners. We've got social workers that were appointed as of 2018-19, about 200 of them. We've recently also, they are not interns, it's contract workers of about 50 social workers that we deployed in the 30 GBV hotspot areas. And then we've also deployed through this pillar 100 gender-based violence ambassadors. And these, some of them, they are funded by developmental partners. Miriam is already intimidating me. Intimidating the chairperson, the program director. I am closing. We've had a dialogue as a pillar in Ikageng hotspot just in this past week on Monday. And I just got the report this morning just to highlight a few of the emerging issues. Some of them, it's issues that we know they are not new colleagues, but it's key that I highlight them. There's issues around the lack of specific indicators in our implementation, which it's a challenge when it comes to reporting on the work of the pillar. There's continued absence of some critical stakeholders. I think it's something that we've been talking about as well, to say there are people in the who are critical stakeholders that are missing. Health is one. I mean, in terms of the mental health issues that we need in our services in the shelter. There's also reliance on processes outside of our control. There's delays in implementation of legislation. We know there's 3 new legislations that we just passed recently, DVA being one, SORMA, and the criminal and related matters, which talks to bail and parole. So the implementation of those, and then lack of mainstreaming in terms of the NSP, and then unexpected disasters that we're sometimes not ready to. These are things that emerge in the dialogue, colleagues. So they will be tightened in terms of the finding vis-a-vis what is proposed. And lack of baseline data and disaggregated data in the sector. And this is one very important thing, colleagues. And I think civil society organizations are key in assisting us to generate data if we are to deal with the pandemic of GBV. The last one, that is emerging, there are more, I just summarized, lack of intersectionality. This one is actually what we call the silo approach into delivery of services. Challenges, those were key that came from the summit, from the dialogue, and then challenges we know. budget. I wish we can achieve adequate, but we will achieve, actually, we need to prioritize GBV. And I think we spoke about that a lot yesterday, even in terms of how we respond to issues of GBV, whether are all of us in the sector responding accordingly to show that it's a priority. Victim-friendly facility role clarification, it's an issue, colleagues, that I think it's critical that we also don't overlook it. The fact that we need to have the victim-friendly facilities in police station and issues of GBV, because they are a hindrance in cases being reported. Civil society organization accountability, to some extent, colleagues, you guys don't want to account. And I understand that sometimes it's because how do you account for money that doesn't come from somebody? You want to account where the money comes from. But issues of accountability are key. Lack of technical capability in the implementation of this pillar, and lack of participation from various stakeholders. We are still lacking some critical stakeholders in the pillar 4. And I can't say who are they, but that is a gap that we have there, especially private sector. By private sector, I'm talking about companies that are supposed to assist in the fight against GBV. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Can we take 2 questions? And I know the question there, so stand here so that you can respond to it. There were daggers flying from that side in the room, so just if you can answer the question, because I saw the daggers coming. If you could just, can we take your question, Benny?
Thank you, Sibusiso. That was a wonderful presentation. So you spoke earlier about the standardization approach to sheltering and the intersectoral policy that's now going to Cabinet. I would like to know, and I'm not going to ask you what happened to the 1.6 billion, but I would like to know whether you have started working in conjunction with that policy on a standardized funding model.
I'm going to take one more question. Zubaira, did you have a question about? Okay, you leave it. Right. Okay, if you can respond to that.
Hello? Hello?
Is it online? Is there a question online? Okay, there was some noise. Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask one question and then, time is running out and we've got a press conference and stuff and we want Joy to do the wrap-up. So if you can respond, Sibusisi, to that question, thank you. And then Joy, if you can come forward to do the wrap-up.
Thank you for the question, Advocate. I want to say we are currently, in fact, for the legislation of VSS, we are working on a detailed costing of its rollout. And with the very same policy, you will know that as soon as you present it in cabinet, the next thing will be, how is it going to be operationalized? So we would be working on a costing. But I can't say it's going to be an independent funding model specifically for shelters, but it's going to be a costing that talks to how are we going to operationalize this policy. And I believe that chances are we might be asked to say go consult on it, which might delay the process, but it will be the best thing to do, so that when we consulting it, that is the time that then we will have a discussion to say how possible would it be that will operationalize this. But I can confirm that the VSS one, definitely the costing is underway, and even with this one, as soon as it's in cabinet, Minister of Police, for example, can ask to say, the policy expect the following from me, so which means I need to have a budget to execute. And with all the policies and legislation, obviously, that is the expectation that you must have a costing and say how exactly is it going to be possible to implement. So that will be my response. I know it's not direct. We've got a sector funding model, though, that has been approved by MINMEC, and I know that there are guidelines that we are working on currently in terms of implementation. Yeah.
Thank you. And can I ask you, is there some attention being given to the fact that we need a standardized funding model that is multi-year, so we can move away from this, each province is working on a different model, and also moving away from the one-year funding cycle, which just puts shelters in a place where they don't feel things are sustainable?
There is, Advocate. In fact, tomorrow we have a preparation for the summit as DSD, and one of the items within the branch community development, there's an expectation, which is leading the NPO. There's an expectation that we must indicate how are we going to be responding to that in the summit around a funding model for CSOs. So there is that work, but it's not work that is unfortunately started. It's work that we've got to start, because those questions will come as much as they're already coming now from here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a small gift.
I need to declare.
You can declare. So just a small gift from NSM. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is there a question?
Hello?
Is there a question online? Okay. Can you go
Yes,
ahead
it's a question, please.
Can you go ahead with your question, please?
Yes, my name is Bernard from Limpopo Mirror newspaper. I am trying to find out, where does the police and NPOs draw lines? Because we have NPOs saying the police, they are actually interfering with the day-to-day running of the NPOs on victim empowerment. So how can you separate these? And now this has led to the closure of Songozi victim empowerment, because they were accommodated at a police property.
Is that question for Sibusiso? Can you respond? And if your response can be brief, please, just in terms of time. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I understand you from Limpopo. Is it Mpumalanga? But I think...
no, it's Limpopo.
It's Limpopo, yeah. We have started a process where we drafted memorandum of understanding between DSD and SAPS in terms of the implementation of what we call the very same thing I was talking about, the victim-friendly room or victim-friendly facilities. And the way I understand your question, it talks to exactly that, because now if you've got a victim-friendly room or facility in the police station, it's normally run by an NGO, and sometimes you find that there's an interference from the police, feeling that that is their space, so they are the ones that should be leading the service. It is a challenge now because there isn't a formal agreement, and we are working on that now. In fact, it's in our operational plans from the victim empowerment technical to say we need to have a formal memorandum of understanding to say who does what in terms of the victim-friendly facilities. So, and in case I'm not responding specifically, please put your detail in the chat, and I'll ask my colleagues from here so that they share your details, and then we can engage beyond. Thank you, Untitled.
Thank you so much. I'm putting my details now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was asked to be very brief because we also still have a press conference to go to. So I'll start off with just a brief relay of what took place today. I'll start with the presentation that we had by the DDG, Mr. Linton Manchu. And what we took out of this was that he emphasized the need to take accountability, for us all to take accountability for what we have done and what we have not done. And also for us to look at the inputs to Pillar 4 as it relates to the infrastructure provision. And through that we cannot do this if there's no multi-sectoral approach. And this is required if we want to really provide the sheltering services to victims. And this process, he said that this process can only be finalized with public works in terms of infrastructure provision, and that is working in terms of a multi-sectoral approach, for example, with human settlements, with the special needs housing, the MPO implementation partners, and he also highlighted challenges in providing services, sheltering services. One of the things that also came out was that shelters are grossly underfunded, and I think that is something that we've experienced for the past 2 days. And also the lack of services and provision for the LGBTIQ community, as well as persons with disabilities. He emphasized again that GBV requires all of us to work in unison, and that we must drive a common message if we want to eradicate GBVF. And this Indaba has shown that there is space to work together. We also heard that the second stage housing policy is en route to Parliament, and discussions are in process in addressing empty buildings with public works that have indicated that there is space for sheltering and shelter services, because we know that there's a lack of shelters in the country. Mr. Butikolwane shared with us around the care and support to TIP victims, trafficking in person victims, and it was quite powerful in how Bhuti started the presentation, sharing with us that trafficking in persons is an age-old thing. When he shared with us the issues or the story of Sarki Bartman, and that it took place in the 19th century already. And that all of us have a responsibility to break the trafficking in persons network, because it is a crime that is hidden. And we also need to look at how do we require a safe and a trusting space for victims and for staff members. And this can only be done through trauma-informed care and support that must be practiced, and that should be practiced in shelters, so that not only victims but shelter staff members also feel safe and that it is a trusting space. We mentioned the challenges, and I mentioned trafficking in persons, that it's a hidden crime. And also the challenge of the aftercare for victims is a problem, trafficking in persons victims, because there is no provision for support when they want to move forward. And this is in terms of economic empowerment, lack of housing and all of that. And then when we move on, the next presentation was the link between substance abuse and sheltering by Mr. Mandla Shuma. And here we saw the impacts of substance abuse, specifically alcohol abuse, and the contributing factors that it has to social ills, and what it contributes to in terms of increased unemployment, the lack of affordable housing, the issues of homeless people, and also social isolation and what that causes. We also spoke of the fact that substance use often leads to take or push people out of their homes, and it leads to a lack of sheltering. And that what was key was that we need sustainable spaces for us and for people to be able to survive. And it also showed us that there's a flip side of substance abuse, because on the flip side, people run away from their home due to substance abuse in the home. And you know, that leads to adverse childhood experiences and all the social ills and challenges that we face. And then we had the presentation of Ms. Lisa Nall, the effects of repeated traumas in children. And she emphasized the fact that trauma breaks trust in children who actually sought to trust and speak openly and honestly to those around them. And then adults come around and then they change that truth. And that affects a child throughout their lives. And she also emphasized the importance that we need to cover all aspects of the human being in terms of the spiritual aspect and everything that goes along to the human being. Then we had the presentation of Dr. Gustav Walfart from the Foundation for Professional Development, and he was looking at dealing with burnout from a managerial perspective. And he was looking at how do we reduce the risk factors of driving burnout. And I think we were all going to the internet looking at the Oldenburg Burnout Inventory online tool, which we are going to practice. I'm going to ask my team members to also look at that. And I think it is quite critical for us to actually do this on a monthly basis, as he also stated that he does that. And there's a need, he emphasized the need for a call to action for us to address mental health care. And that there's a move, and we've seen this globally in terms of people identifying that mental health is actually a pandemic. And in South Africa, we are not that well resourced to be able to deal with the issues of mental health. Yes, we can deal with the common issues of mental health, but yeah, we are not well resourced. He also shared that NGOs provide essential services that can help with the common mental health issues. But when it comes to women presenting with more serious mental health issues, that becomes a challenge. And then it becomes a challenge with going to the Department of Mental Health. And again, we can see the linkages and the lack of the multi-sectoral approach, if we could just get that going. And then he spoke to us all in terms of us identifying and looking at self-care, and also having a balance between work and private life. Okay, and when I move on, we had SIBS present what the NSP on GBVF is about for the second GBVF summit. And the theme for, I found that quite amazing, that the theme for the second GBVF summit is focused on accountability, acceleration, and amplification, which is in line with the summit, with the conference that we're having here now as well, which speaks to accountability, leadership, and coordination. So there's a synergy between the two of us. She, SIBS, shared with us the GBVF roadmap to date, and we could clearly depict what we still need to do, and take accountability for that. And also the 24, we could see the 24 demands that was had, and what was great was that the multi-sectoral structure that was formed, we know that the needs weren't met. However, we know that 51% of CSOs make up the body of the steering committee, and the rest is from government departments as well. She shared with us the challenges with implementing the national strategic plan. And the example that she used was that we're supposed to be having a men's shelter in every province, and today we still only have one shelter for males. And so we really need to look at getting that right. I just want to see what. She also shared with us the summit objectives. And the first one that she shared was that we need to ensure that gender-based violence and femicide stays on a high level, and that we need to keep it at number one, and that is all our responsibility. We also need to accelerate actions and accountability by key government departments. And there needs to be a space that needs to be provided for collaborative engagement, because this will be key, and it is key to achieving our objectives. And then we had Ms. Nomsa Nabu share with us on Pillar 1. And we also heard again that it's all of us, all our responsibility, living in South Africa, CSOs, private sector, government, to achieve Pillar 1. The challenges that she reported, challenges reported by shelters in GBVF, in terms of rapid response teams, which is quite common, not just for the rapid response teams, but for shelters as well, is the safety and the security concern. That was the first one. And then she also highlighted the funding gap, and she used the example of the delay in funding to the Eastern Cape. She also spoke on the lack of confidentiality about people being in shelters, and where this information is often shared by SAPs. And those who run shelters fear for their lives at times. And what was also critical that was highlighted, because this is a challenge that many shelters face, is where they've received property, for example, from a mine or so, but the municipality is lacking in handing over the papers in terms of handing over the land into their name. When we look at the following presentation was around Pillar 4, which Sibusiso did for us, and he presented a few of the key expectations that must come out. And the key expectations, one of the key expectations was that every pillar is expected to report to the presidency on a monthly basis. And this makes it actually quite pertinent that, I mean, it just shows the high level of the importance of this NSP. We also heard that the Victim Support Services Bill is to be finalized, and that they are working hard to achieve this. And it's going on its way to Cabinet. And what that then means is that every minister that must execute the activities can be held accountable. I've been shown time constraints, so I'm going to move. I'm just going to highlight the challenges. He mentioned budget, that we need to prioritize gender-based violence and femicide, and the lack of victim-friendly rooms, which is what I took out of. And now I know that time is short. I'm going to move over to the resolutions that we took out of the past 2 days, and would like to get your input on it. So the resolutions that we came up with in line with the Indaba theme for the past 2 days was accountability, coordination, and leadership, which speaks right into Pillar 1 of the NSP. And this is what we'd like to take to the second summit in November. Number 1, funding. I think that's a theme that came through. Adequate, standardized, 3-year funding, a 3-year funding model that must be standardized nationally. Number 2, look at an integration of a multi-sectoral approach between civil society, private sector, and government. And we heard this morning we got an undertaking from the DG to bring key stakeholders, including SAPs, into the room, including local municipalities, and establishing a link between the TCCs to see victims before they enter into a shelter. Number 3, develop a model for shelters on mental health, not just for survivors, but for staff and managers, bringing in relevant stakeholders like the Foundation for Professional Development. The 4th one is to advocate to fast-track special needs housing, the special needs housing policy at all levels, because we know that this has been a process that has started in 2015 already. The fifth one was the adoption of the Shelter Action Learning Program nationally. So yeah, if I can just get your take on that.
Thank you very much, Joy, for the resolutions. And just because of time constraint, we're not going to get feedback from the floor. Just there's not enough time because we've got 2 items still that we want to handle. And Zubaida, if you can come forward, and should we call the relevant person forward? Fazani, if we can call you to the front, please. You didn't do something wrong, but just come to the front. Fazani, you come to the front, and then, just have something to do, and then Zubaida will also do the vote of thanks. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Sharon. So, 1 second, I'll let you know. So thank you very much for that, Sharon. I just want to, before I give the vote of thanks to those involved in making this Indaba a huge success, want to say thank you and goodbye to Fisani, who's been an executive member of the National Shelter Movement, and she's going to be leaving us for greener pastures. And I'd just like to, say a few words in that respect. I've had the honor of working closely with Fisani as part of the NSMS Exco for the past 3 years. Your passion, your commitment, and your dedication to uplifting the most vulnerable members of society was inspiring, Fisani. You could always be relied on to offer insightful, measured, and comprehensive input into how best to serve the needs of survivors on the ground. You were an incredible pillar of support for all of us through very challenging times. You never dropped the ball at any point. You are and always will remain our dear sister, and you will be dearly missed. So we wish you well in your new endeavors. And this is on behalf of all the NSM staff, members, affiliates, everybody. So on behalf of them, I'd like to give this gift to you. And I'd like Fisani to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zet. I just hope I was a little bit prepared. I didn't think it's going to be here, but nonetheless, I think really one has to, take a deep sigh, because it has been a journey, colleagues. I think I've shared with colleagues from different spaces when we're networking, sitting here, that when you travel so long, you never think that one day it's going to be a time to say goodbye to a sector and to a place that you have called home for a very long time. But I think ending it on this note, really, I think it is really a high note. Miriam said yesterday when I was coming from that place that I came from, I just want to leave my colleagues, the NSM family, the sheltering sector family, with these words. And I said this yesterday, maybe I was preparing my speech yesterday when I was talking to Claudia on our way to and back from Pretoria, that we should not think of women like in large numbers. When you have to make an impact, do not want to make it for a lot of women at a go, or for those of you who are not in the women sector or in the women and children sector, do not want to concern yourself about touching a lot of women at a go or in your lifetime. But try your best to make sure that that one woman who comes to you and wants you to listen to them, do your best with one woman and listen to their testimony. Seek to understand what impact you have made in their life. And surely, if you hear them giving you feedback, it will give you more energy to even touch more lives. It is a difficult space that we work in, and sometimes you can be frustrated, you can have sleepless nights. I know I'm coming from that because there were times when you'll be up at 2 a.m. thinking of what am I going to feed the women that are in my care, because it happens in this sector. It's not all the times that you're going to have resources to do so. But if you always think of the
Recording
one
stopped.
that you are making in the lives of, can it be either a child in your care or a woman in your care, surely you will always be energized and you'll never lose heart in providing services to women. So I leave you, colleagues, not because really I really wanted to. If it was up to me, I will remain in the sector, I think, till I retire. But because life has its other purposes, life has its other corners, and now it is a time for me to say, please, you are in good care because you have each other. You are a strong family. You are a united voice, because that's what we're striving for as the National Shelter Movement. So wherever you are, colleagues in the different parts of South Africa, as long as you remain in the affiliation of the NSM, you know you are in a family that cares, and whenever you are struggling, never give up, seek help, contact whoever is next to you. And nowadays, technology has made life very easy. You can always just check the next person in the next province and you'll get that help. So thank you, colleagues, for always being there for me throughout these years. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Pisani, for those words of strength. I'm now tasked with saying thank you to everybody involved in making this Indaba and this partnership with DSD a resounding success. And I'd like to start with thanking Professor Tuli Madonsela. And then, of course, I'd like to thank Minister Zulu for her inputs yesterday, and the DG, Mr. Linton Mkunu, Professor Davis, who gave us her input yesterday. In addition to that, all the presenters from DSD, the TCC from the Department of Women, Nom Sanabo, and SIBS from the Presidency, as well as the National Wellness Center, the Foundation for Professional Development, and the Nishtara Rehabilitation Lodge. The facilitators of all the workshops, Advocate Praise Kambula, the presenters of DSD policy workshops, Jorge Tumaleng, as well as Griselda Kutsia, and then Shaida Umar from the Teddy Bear Clinic, Lisa Vetten, who presented on GBV and the role in the pandemic, as well as members of the NISA Institute, Lisha and Gladys Matipa, who presented a second workshop on house mothers. I'd like to say a special thank you to our partners of the Indaba, the National Department of Social Development, and Claudia from the Heinrich Böll Foundation, who's always stood by the NSM, and we really appreciate and value both of you. Mr. Sibosise Malope, Director of VP, we want to say thank you to you and your team for all the help and the support, despite the rocky road we might have been through, and to Emmanuel and OT from the production company. You've really been really excellent in streaming all the presentations to people on social media. And I also want to thank the DSD admin staff and all the comms teams. And then I'd like to thank the board members of the National Shelter Movement, Diane Masawi, Sharon Kota, Lisa Son, and Lesejo Tlwale, all the staff of the NSM and the NISA Institute who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of the Indaba and for going the extra mile. Guys, I really value and appreciate the help that you have given everybody in this conference and prior to this conference. So I'd like everybody to please applaud them, give them a hand. Thank you. None of them have really been quietly quitting. They've all been on the go and on the ball. And so, in the words of Dr. Gustav, I want to say to all the staff of NISA and NSM, you have the day off on Friday. To prevent burnout, catch up with your families, take the rest that you need to take. I really appreciated the teamwork. It was absolutely outstanding. I could never have done this without any one of you. And this, of course, includes the executives of the NSM, the provincial representatives, and the shelters that are present, as well as the funders who have attended. Finally, and most importantly, I want to thank all the participants of the Indaba, both those that have attended in person, as well as those who took the time to be online virtually, for taking the time to attend the Indaba and for your participation. And finally, I'd like to just call everybody up for a minute. So all the staff of the NSM and NISA, as well as Mr. Malope, Hochi, Buti, and Griselda, if you could all come quickly. I know we're running out of time, but we do have a few minutes just to say thank you and acknowledge that we have worked well together in the end.
So while you're coming up, I think as program director, I still have the last word. And would like to really thank Dr. Zubaida Dango, because without her leadership, this would not have been possible. I gave her a stress ball today, because, for all the stresses that we've had, it was really just necessary for us to do that. So Zubaida, thank you very much for your leadership, in guiding us through not only the lead up, first of all, to this, and for the 2 days. Thank you very much.
I couldn't have done it without the board of the NSM either.
Thank you.
You all need to be here.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Well, I didn't bust your chops too much, right?
You did.
A little bit. Not you.
Yeah, you attended this one before.
I am. You came back. I thought you left us.
No, I was in the other breakaway room. How did it go?
No, it went well. Attendance? And I had an audience of 3, and someone connected.
Audience and then one people.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's recorded.
I hope I can see it.
No, but it's not facial. I'm not sure.
I'm always hiding.
seconds.
Hello, Luca. Please can you come and join us? Speak to the mic. Speak to the mic.
Lumka. Lumka. And hit him. Please.
Me and you, we need to have a conversation around trafficking and sexual exploitation and sex work. But we shall have that.